Kenmore City Council is now in session. Pursuant to RCW 42.30.110(1)(I), the City Council will now enter into executive session to discuss pending or potential litigation. The session is slated to last approximately 45 minutes.
And for our guests, I see we have some planning commissioners here with us. Just wanted to let you know that the council has just recessed to move into an executive session. They are going to discuss pending and potential litigation for approximately 45 minutes. And after that, we still have some items on our agenda before the business item A with the Joint Planning Commission item is going to be addressed. And I can't give an update on that, but just know that it will be at least 7:10 before we address your item, planning commissioners. Thanks for staying with us.
Kenmore City Council is exiting executive session. There's no action from the executive session. I'm now calling the regular meeting of the Kenmore City Council to order. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Baker,
Present.
Councilmember Shrubnik. Here. Councilmember Kugler. Here. Mayor Herbig.
Here.
Councilmember File.
Present.
Councilmember Marshall.
Present.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Present.
All present.
All right, will you all please stand and join me in the flag salute? First item on our agenda is a presentation to our 46th district delegation. As you may know, we've been represented by the 46th district, and we've been in the 46th district for the last 10 years. And I would argue that we have been represented by some of the most hardworking and kind folks that we could have, and they have done some amazing work for Kenmore. And we want to recognize their service to the city of Kenmore and the state of Washington. Although we won't be working directly with them in the future, now that we're in the first district due to redistricting and retirements, we know that they won't be too far away. There are too many accomplishments to list, but I want to highlight just a few to show you how much our city has benefited from their service. Recent Kenmore successes, things like $12 million for State Route 522, $8 million for the West Sammamish Bridge replacement, which we'll be cutting the ribbon on this August. Legislation allowing for the redevelopment of the seminary at St. Edward State Park, $250,000 for the Kenmore Boathouse, $250,000 for Morelands Park improvements, $155,000 for Twin Springs, $500,000 for Squires Landing, $500,000 for Log Boom Park, $200,000 for Juanita Drive improvements, and $3.5 million, this was just this year, for 61st Avenue sidewalk repair and replacement. These are just their successes specific to the city of Kenmore. It doesn't include things for other parts of their district or the state as a whole. For Senator Frocht in particular, his work has had a really profound effect on our behavioral healthcare system, healthcare access, and gun safety. Representative Paulette has been and continues to be an advocate for environmental protection and stewardship. And Representative Valdez's work is increasing equity in our public institutions and limiting access to illegal firearms. From a personal level, I just want to thank you all. It was a pleasure to work with you when I was working in the legislature, and we're going to miss being part of the 46 and working with you on a daily basis. So with that, I would like to present you all with some plaques, and then we'll allow you guys to say a few words if you'd like.
Thank you for this. And I know the three of us, this is sweet and bitter, sad, bittersweet at the same time, because I mean, truly, we've had an incredibly wonderful partnership with the city council and the staff of the city of Kenmore. It's been a terrific collaboration to serve the people of Kenmore and frankly, setting precedents that have benefited the entire state of Washington. I'm going to miss working with each and every one of you on a regular basis. But Rob, don't hesitate to call because we've got work to do on clean air together. And we have many other projects that we're going to be working on together. Billy Helder does a fabulous job representing the city, and he's part of the partnership we have. And we will be collaborating because Kenmore is leading the way on many of the issues for both Sound Cities and all the cities in the state of Washington for quality of life, for affordability, for housing, for quality of life, for our air. And my commitment is to be here partnering with you for the clean air and the clean water efforts that we have been working on, and for other things such as the pedestrian safety efforts that you've championed. And we need to build on, not just for the residents of Kenmore, but basically as a model for others to take on with partnership in this with the state. And finally, with your permission, I hope that I know that I say with your permission, if kind of ironically, because former Mayor Baker is not going to say no to this, but you know, for years I had a little toy canoe that said Kenmore Boathouse on my desk in Olympia on the floor of the house, and haven't been on the floor of the house in 2 years. So it's still there, and I intend to keep it there. And I intend to keep up the beautiful watercolor of the city of Kenmore with the heron in my office as a reminder of our collaboration and continuing work together. So thank you very much. And we will also have this hanging there alongside it. Thank you all so much. We'll just keep the good work together. Now you have twice as many representatives. Okay, maybe that's not a good thing.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the wonderful plaque. I too want to echo the comments of my colleague, Representative Paulette. You know, we really enjoy representing Kenmore, and we're going to miss being a part of that. And it's been so great over the last several years for me to work with so many of you, all of you. And again, with Shelley is, well, when we were meeting in Olympia prior to our last 2 years of virtual, you know, she was always there at our door, doing her best to make sure that we did not forget you. And I think we really, did our best to represent you and help bring projects here to the district. I know that I arrived in 2017, and I think one of the happiest days I think I had in the legislature was actually a few years ago. And I know I'm looking at my former staff member, Mayor Herbig, and when we didn't pass a transportation budget or a package actually a few years ago, but we were able to pass a budget that did have a few projects, but not every district got a project. And I remember I was just so elated that I was able to get the funding moved up for the Sammamish Bridge. And that was just a huge win for us in the 46 and for the city of Kenmore. I think, and Mayor Herbig, I think, will attest how happy I was that day when I got to share the news. Like, yeah, I actually I got this moved up in the transportation budget, and it was a really big lift. And it was just one of those great days that I had. And I do want to take this time to, again, to acknowledge actually Mayor Herbig. not really just in his role, he was my legislative assistant for 4.5 years. And a lot of my success really is also because of him, who was there every day, ensuring that I was, staffing me and really ensuring that he was being a part of our team to make sure that we were doing our best to deliver, not just for Kenmore, but of course, Lake Forest Park and North Seattle. And so Nigel, so publicly, I want to acknowledge, thank you so much for all that you did for me. But again, we will, you're not going to have 6 of us with you being in the first. So please know that we will be there for you as always. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind words and for the nice honor. So Mayor Herbert, Deputy Mayor O'Kane, former Mayor Baker, council members, it's really an honor to be here. To your community, I'll just start off by saying this is a lovely community. This is a plucky community. This is a very proud community. It comes through in all the things that you do, and it's a community that I was the only member of the delegation in 2011 who was in office at the time when we were redistricted. I was in the House, and I'll tell you a story. The last meeting I had with a senator who at that time, who was the senator from the 46th, a gentleman named Scott White, he died tragically 2 weeks later. But the last meeting I had was about the redistricting. And what we were discussing was, at the time, don't get mad at me for saying this, how we could not have all of Kenmore in the district. I'd been elected in that North Seattle district. And I knew we were going to have Lake Forest Park. I didn't know that we were going to go all the way up, and I thought it would be geographically cumbersome and there would be some problems with it. And what I want to say is that when we got the maps and after I came into office, and I realized what we were going to be able to do with this community, with how well run it was, how focused you were on improving things in your community, it was the biggest blessing that I've had, honestly, in the time that I was in the legislature, I have been in the legislature. I wish I could say that the fact that I wasn't be able to represent you is the reason I decided to retire. That's not exactly true, but it certainly is something that I'm going to miss. I'll just say a couple more things. I was in my office in Olympia over the weekend, and I've got a big picture of a Kenmore airplane taking off, a beautiful picture that my legislative assistant got. And I also have that as my screenshot when I'm on Zoom calls when we had the pandemic in the legislature for 2 years, to let everybody know that not only did I represent Seattle, I represented Kenmore, and I used it quite a bit. Please keep up the great work. You've had great representation with Shelley, and you've had a wonderful community. And it seems to me, from what I can see, all of you serving have been very blessed to have constituents who are very committed to improving this city and to working together and trying to find ways to advance and make progress and not get caught up in some of the fights that we have nationally. And I think that's really wonderful. So thank you again for the recognition. I'm very grateful. As you were reading off those list of things that we were able to get some money for, I want to thank Rob Carlinci for his very strong advocacy. He did a great job. And one last story. I had a staff member on the boathouse, a guy named Richard Ramsey, who was our lead staff person. He was a rower and a crew guy. And he was so excited about this thing that we were going to try to help Kenmore with the boathouse. So you're even in Olympia, Kenmore's reach was far and wide in kind of weird ways that you may not have actually realized. So thank you for your good work, and thank you for allowing me the chance to represent you these last 12 years. I appreciate it very much.
I'd like to open up to my colleagues if anybody wants to say a few words before we have cake. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, all three, and Shelley Helder. The thing that's among many things you've accomplished for Kenmore that's probably closest to my heart is just the basic improvement for the sidewalks on 61st. A very simple deal that when I first got into these local politics, I never knew it would take so much effort and the coordination among so many people. So thank you.
Councilmember Baker.
I can remember a number of years ago when you first took over the district. And I think Senator, you and I went and had lunch in Shoreline. And it's just been a tremendous journey. You guys have helped me so much. You've helped the city so much that you certainly, Senator, are going to be truly missed. And Representative Valdez, you, I know, are going to do great in the Senate. And although I won't be working with you and Representative Follett in the same way, I'm going to see you around there, and I'm certainly going to stop and say hi. So if there's somebody knocking on your door and I don't fit in the district any longer, don't be surprised. I just really enjoy talking to you guys and working with you guys. I learned so much from you. Thank you. Thank you for the many years.
Councilmember Shrubnik, did you have a hand?
Yeah, sure. I just want to thank you for all you've done for not only Kenmore, but for the whole state, and how understated you are in what you've accomplished. I mean, I just found out the other day in one of our extracurricular sessions that, you know, something that you, David, had promoted the red flag law here is now, you know, at the national level. And, you know, we are the state that pioneered that, and you are the person who pioneered that in our state. And we didn't even know that, or at least I didn't. So that's one example of how understated you are in all that you've done. Not only you, but Jerry and Javier for healthcare and transportation, behavioral healthcare, housing, and Jerry, your advocacy on behalf of municipalities and the powers that we want to have and not be overrun by all the state powers. So want to thank you for all of that. And for us, it's been a family affair. Our daughter Laura first was a Senate page for David many years ago as a middle schooler, and then volunteered on one of Jerry's campaigns. So she didn't have the opportunity to work for Javier, but that would have been next, I'm sure, if she'd had another year around here. So just want to really appreciate it from all of my family.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I want to thank each and every one of you. I had the lovely opportunity first being with you as a constituent and with my family. And always, each of you made opportunity for meeting with constituents at your office when they came to Olympia, something that was really impressive and something our community really appreciates. As an elected official, I really appreciate what you do for our community. We have sidewalks and safe routes to schools, and we have a bridge that is funded, and just the improvements within our school district on campus safety and security that help ensure, access to the most critical areas of schools could be improved upon to help save lives of children and our staff and faculty minding our schools. Gun reform, mental health care, healthcare equity, and reproductive rights. I really appreciate everything you have done for our community. Criminal justice reform, immigration reform, everything we feel in our community has been through the great work and efforts you have done in our state legislature that reaches abroad our state and influences other states. We are so fortunate to have had your representation. We are so grateful for it. We're going to be at a loss for you in Kenmore, but I know that you are forever part of our family. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
It's hard to find additional things to share, but one thing that I know is, well, we have had for my period on the council and your terms here, the best representation in Olympia. Your accessibility, one of the things that I most value about you as a team is your accessibility and support for the issues in Kenmore. I've reached out to each of you throughout the past couple of years. You've given sound advice and direction on ways that our council can serve our community better. Jerry, I mean, this is, there. I don't remember quotes very often, but the day before, or the day that, it was actually maybe even hours before Puget Sound Clean Air Agency was coming to council, I invited you to my house. And we were sitting on my park bench in front, and you were talking about things that I should think about. And I'll never forget, you said, who does Puget Sound Clean Air Agency serve? And that was, those were words that were really meaningful. And I didn't know I was going to use them that night, but I did. And they were very powerful. And our communities work on clean air in the period of time that I've been here. I think a lot happened that night that opened the door. So I want to thank you personally for that. David, your support for gun control, healthcare. So, I mean, I could go, there's a litany of things that you've provided support on. But honestly, it's sometimes just the laughs that I've had working with you, because this is big work, but being able to talk to people and work through issues and know that the people who are in Olympia are humans and they've got your back and they're looking out for our truth. And that's moving me into Javier, who a representative that works from truth in his heart, and diversity and equity, transportation, gun control. All of you have supported all of these things, but these areas of specialty that you all have provided our city, and I think even equally important, even grander, our state. What you have done for our state by working with fellow congressmen and fellow representatives and senators to make things happen for our state. It's incredible. So thank you. And your support, personally for me, has been incredibly meaningful. So thank you.
And with that, I think we're going to take a 10-minute break to eat some cake. You all are very lucky that we did not get a cake with your faces on it like we've done for outgoing council members in the past and other folks. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. Council will reconvene at 7:33. If people could take their seats and we could reconvene the meeting. All right, I want to apologize and the excitement to get the presentation, I skipped over agenda approval. Deputy Mayor?
Due to the exceptional nature of the Supreme Court decision overturning Roe versus Wade on Friday, I move to suspend Council Rule 2.E.3 to add a discussion and potential approval of a resolution supporting codifying comprehensive reproductive health care, including abortion and marriage equality in the Washington State and United States constitutions to the end of the business agenda.
I'll second that motion. And just for everybody's knowledge, apparently this requires 5 votes to do this. So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? And the discussion is not on the proposed resolution, it's just on suspending the rules. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Baker. Your microphone.
Frankly, men have no business in this discussion. This is up to women, but I'm very supportive of it, so.
Any further discussion? This is just on the rule suspension. Councilmember File.
I absolutely support this rule suspension for this important, very important discussion, timely discussions impacting us all. I wish we could just jump right into it. So thank you, Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll on the motion to suspend the rules?
Thank you, Mayor. And just before I do that, I'd like to verify that our attorney is with us, Ms. Rayton.
Hello, I am here.
Thank you. Very good. We're taking the roll now. Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrevenick.
Yes.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
The motion stands.
All right. Next on the agenda is public comments. We welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, the council does not engage or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. We will hear from our on-site guests first, followed by our virtual guests. If you're online, please use the raise hand feature now if you wish to speak. All guests must address comments to the mayor and city council. The clerk will acknowledge your request and call your name when it is your turn. Your time will start when we confirm that we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence for the record and keep your comments to the allotted time. We will not split your time with others or reset your time except by express approval of the presiding officer. Screen sharing is not allowed. You can submit materials to the council or clerk in advance. Please do not comment about pending development projects in which the council will make future decisions, as those are quasi-judicial matters, and council members must limit their communications about such matters. This meeting is being recorded. Thank you for taking the time to express your comments. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 2 members of the public that wish to speak. Carly Noriega, followed by Tyler Litzenberger. Ms. Noriega, please approach the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, thank you for having us today. Since I'm too old to memorize my thing, I need to just read it off my phone.
Could you pull the microphone down closer to your?
I'm sorry,
Okay, the microphone, right? Could you just pull that down a little bit?
is that better?
Yeah, we just.
Okay. I'm addressing the tenant protection issue tonight. And as a tenant living in Kenmore, I have faced unfounded fines, high late fees, notices of eviction, increased rents, and annual lease signing. This has caused stress and health issues. Being on a fixed monthly income, arriving late in the month, we have paid hundreds of dollars for rent. Our payment arriving just 1 day late of the due date. Our rent amount due charges each month. So we have to wait until an invoice arrives to know how much we need to pay. We need tenant protection like set late fee amounts, ability to align due date with the date of receiving fixed income, relocation fees to tenants if property is sold, longer notices of rent increase, decrease of rent for loss of amenities and proof of cause for eviction. We also need enforcement of repairs We hope you adopt tenants' protections for the health and livelihood of all tenants in Kenmore. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tyler Litzenberger.
Good evening, council. My name is Tyler Litzenberger. I'm president and founder of Vector Development Company, and we are the developer under contract on the Lake Point property. So I just wanted, more than anything, I wanted to introduce myself and put a face with the project and let you know that we're really we're really excited about presenting a site plan and hoping to proceed with a development agreement this fall on the project. We're working hard on our traffic engineering right now, which includes a site plan that makes us a little different than all the prior developers. Our site plan will also encompass what we call the teardrop properties on the north side of 175th up against 522 and 68. So we're also pursuing acquisition of the Cal Portland concrete mixing plant. So we're doing a little bit more of a robust project, which creates for some dynamic and ever-changing opportunities with the site plan. So I guess more than anything, we wanted to emphasize that what we submit later in August and September or after around Labor Day for purposes of a development agreement is our intent is that's going to be more of an open discussion and collaborative effort with council. There's a lot of moving pieces with WashDOT and traffic engineering and traffic concurrency that will affect the uses on site. And I think what we have in store and what we have planned for public use and ideas of pulling the Burke-Gilman Trail and extension through the site, I think is going to be really fun. So we're just, my family, we just live over on the other side of Simons Road. We're local. We will use it just as much as anybody else, and we're excited and look at the project as something we will use on a daily basis or weekly basis. So that's it. I just wanted to say thank you very much and introduce myself, and we're excited to be working together and later this year and early next year. Thank you.
Could we have your city of residence for the record, please?
Kirkland, Washington.
Thank you.
Mayor Herbeck, we have no additional on-site guests wishing to speak. We will move on to virtual public comment. We'll take the following 4 guests in this order: John Peoples, followed by Stacy Valenzuela, Victoria Grayland, and Dakota Rash. Mr. Peoples?
Yes, John Peoples, Kenmore. Good evening, Kenmore City Council. Tonight, I wish to appeal to your sense of decency. In spite of repeated requests to the council and to the DEI task force to remove it, I noted this afternoon that the racist propaganda sheet called the Pyramid of White Supremacy is still linked from the city's official municipal website. This revolting piece deliberately targets a group of people based solely on the color of their skin. There's no excuse for continuing to mar the city experience with this vile content. Please remove it. By supporting it, you smear a good portion of your fellow Kenmore residents and make yourself look bad by spreading this racist, hateful garbage. It would be so easy to delete the link and remove all references to this divisive propaganda. Please do so. And I am simply disgusted by your revolting proposed resolution on opposing the glorious U.S. Supreme Court ruling on Friday. I am livid, livid. Ms. Wrighton, please stop this. Your resolution is an insult to many members of the Kenmore community, and you do not speak for me. I beg you to cease and desist. Your cheerleading for letting babies be murdered in the womb is satanic. Shame on you. I ask you to pass a resolution praising the Supreme Court decision and that of Coach Joe Kennedy's win and the win of gun owners in New York. Your extra effort to oppose Friday's federal decision is way out of your league. This is not something that you should be imposing on the people of Kenmore. You are just so revolting by waiting outside of municipal matters and proposing this resolution. You will all hear from me. I'm looking forward to having a good old-fashioned, grown-up, peaceful, indoor, in-person conversation with each and every one of you. I will sit down with each of every one of you, and it will be a peaceful conversation. I will be perpetually present in your municipal business. This is so disgusting. I ask you, I beg you not to make this resolution opposing Friday's glorious US Supreme Court decision. This is not your business. You do not speak for the people of Kenmore on this matter. Please do not. And I look forward to Squires Landing Park renovation.
Thank you, Mr. Peoples. Stacy Valenzuela.
Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Residents have been filing odor complaints and pleading with the city for over 15 years to assist with their health and well-being from the odor and effects of the asphalt and concrete plants. PSCAA deputized Kenmore city manager in 2013 to answer the odor nuisance and report to them until 2019, when we, the residents, lobbied more action from the city, state, and PSCAA. Residents saw little action except more residents becoming ill. Even then, up until 2021, we heard excuses, oh, it's just steam, or I don't smell anything in response. This clearly shows lack of staff time and priority. We need PSCAA to hire or assign an independent air quality team, and they have them. So please do not interject an agreement during the review for draft permit 11861, as it may delay an added stipulation when final. The intention of this is appreciated, however, less desired the implication. We need to allow more than just one tribe or individual artist to contribute to our city in all artwork. Using DEI and common courtesy, we need to stress that all tribes that are the original native people of these local lands, whether federally recognized or not, should be contacted and offered to submit and participate. If we allow one or two tribes or individuals to outcast others, we are no better than the previous generations with their prejudice and exclusion acts. We call on Kenmore to vote to hold all permitting of all developments, review adopting stronger zoning, retrain, review of ordinance intentions, implementing protection and preserving our natural resources. Too many short flat townhouse units labeled missing middle are being allowed permits on lots that are priced at 1.2 million for privilege, which is not attainable to middle class. Too many variances are being handed out, encroaching on our creeks, wetlands, cutting trees, or non-attainable missing middle housing, going against the ordinances put in place for the very direction intended to protect our precious resources. Show me the permits for attainable housing. We desperately need housing for the 50% to 30% AMI. Kenmore can do so much better with transparency and enforcement, as well as directing staff to follow the city ordinances. I hope that the written tonight is part of the planning commission, because they spent hours, I watched them developing affordable housing in the missing middle, thoughtful policy. Many of our neighbors appreciate the ARPA funds, but now the inflation, rent increase, and pandemic continues. We desperately need to keep people housed and food. In all these areas, I know we can do better to keep Kenmore the treasure where we all love to live. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Valenzuela. Victoria Grayland.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I regret that I was not there to send off our former state reps and our state senator. When I was on the political committee of the Sierra Club, it was always easy, and it was a great pleasure to meet with them and to endorse them. They're all individually wonderful people. Jerry Paulette for his consistent and long-standing advocacy for the cleanup of Hanford. That's so outstanding. And David Frack for his finance committee work in the middle of all that school funding mess we went through. And it's wonderful to have a labor person like Valdez representing us. There are labor issues even here, trust me. I wish I had been able to comment on the SEPA, but I read them all and I can firmly back up most of what my fellow citizens did say. They're all very well thought out, and I think you should pay attention to them. I really enjoyed reading Dakota Rash's comment on getting rid of impervious surfaces. When I voted for walkways and waterways, I didn't think we'd be cementing up my neighborhood. I really didn't understand it that way. Stacy Valenzuela mentioned crushed oyster shells, but even just using gravel instead of all this cement would be a vast improvement. We need to think of these things as we are undergoing climate change. We need to think of where the water goes. We need to make sure it goes in the ground. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Grayland. Dakota Rash, followed by John Culver and Nancy at Glenwood Gardens. Dakota Rash?
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Dakota Rash, Lake Forest Park. Thank you all for the time tonight. I want to put out two thank yous first off. Thank you, Kenmore Council members, for making a strong showing for Kenmore at the Seattle Pride Parade. And also thank you for making the rules allotment for tonight. We live in a time when there's a lot of struggle and a lot of hate present in the world. And so making every small effort we can to show that we support the voices fighting against that is important. So thank you all for doing that. I would have been down there with you, but I caught COVID. So I did my part by not showing up. My other comment is going to come at no surprise. I just want to reiterate something I shared last week regarding Twin Springs and really any future parks project y'all undertake. I regret that in Kenmore, we still seem to be in the phase of arguing that we shouldn't touch it, that we should leave it alone, that we should leave nature as nature because it's already going to have a hard enough time in these upcoming decades without us making its efforts worse. Why aren't we should be at the point where we're asking for more, where we're looking for more, where some of the money that we're spending towards parks isn't going towards laying down concrete, it's going towards obtaining more parks. And I guess since someone from Vector is already here making a comment, why are we looking at turning a lovely new space into office buildings? Let's turn it into something green. That's a critical zone right next to the mouth of Lake Sammamish. Do something good with it for the environment. And then I want to bring up another unfortunate topic, and I'll spare you my catastrophizing on this subject, but it's related and it needs to be brought up again and again. And it has to do with what was happening this time last year, the heat dome that killed over 100 people. And that's happening again in the Midwest right now. It's going to keep happening. We need to be prepared. And so we need to build climate resilient communities. That means walkable communities. That means communities that aren't centered around cars. That means communities that are powered on renewable electricity and are on their own, even when they have community centers like the lovely hangar building, their own micro solar grids so that they don't go out when catastrophes happen and people can take shelter there. There's so many amazing new things we can do with this community in the future that's going to help us avoid climate doomerism, but we have to start acting now. And I am excited to have conversations with each of you, peaceful conversations that are going to be about this subject. So thank you for working with us on this.
Thank you, Dakota Rash. Feel better. John Culver?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, John Culver, Kenmore. I'll keep it brief. I was just excited to hear or infer that we are allowing public comments on pending development projects. Very excited about this. Obviously, there's a lot in the works, and I'm looking forward to a very vigorous community discussion. And I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy at Glenwood Gardens. Nancy, are you with us?
Sorry, I forgot to unmute before. Thank you for letting me talk. I agree completely with what Dakota said. I wasn't going to say anything about that tonight, but I have seen the history of the types of developments that Vector does on wetlands mainly. And I know I've talked to a lot of people and they're all in agreement that they don't want to see development on that space. It's gorgeous. So anyway, what I wanted to say was I support the TOD and the low-income housing in the areas where I just recently saw the map. I don't know why I hadn't seen it before, but I do have concerns about the entire area filled with critical areas, sites like the streams that run through it and steep slopes and the wetlands that of course go along with the streams that go through there. I would suggest strongly that a wetland study done by a professional or certified wetland specialist happen before any approvals for increased development go in this area. It's good that it's happening, but there's just too many areas, and these sites should not have the footprint of what is there already changed to add any more impervious cover at all. I would like to see if the council members would like to walk around that area sometime or just have a look and maybe spot the wetland areas, which you can see areas where they only have deciduous trees. Those are the kind that lose their leaves in the winter, and conifers don't grow in these wet sites because they can't stand wet feet. So you can spot those pretty easily, and they should not be touched. We don't have any wetlands left. They're valuable, and we don't need to pave over or put impervious cover with houses or anything on some of these sites. We need to save them. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Can you state your name and city of residence for the record?
My name is Nancy Hansen, and I live at 7219 Northeast 158th
Oh,
Street.
we don't need the full address.
Oh,
just
I'm
city of
sorry.
Residence.
Okay.
Thank you.
Got it.
Dan Troyan.
Yes, thank you, Council, for your time and hearing us all speak. First of all, I would like to start by saying I appreciate the move to suspend the council rules on and comments regarding Roe v. Wade. I know this is a very traumatic time in the country, and your acknowledgements of the seriousness of what this quote unquote Supreme Court has done is important. So thank you for that. And anything we could do as a city to fight back against these kind of things would be great. I'm mostly calling in today to speak about the tenants' rights issues we've been going back and forth with for some time now. It breaks my heart when I hear, I believe it was the first person that spoke, being a tenant in Kenmore and having to deal with late fees because they're on a fixed income and they get paid a different time of the month and their rent is due. That is barbaric, in my opinion, as a small landlord and a future small landlord in Kenmore. I agree with most tenants' rights issues, and hearing that is truly heartbreaking, and it makes me feel disgusted to be put in a group of a landlord if that's how they're acting, because that is completely inappropriate, and that is not how I would ever treat a tenant. So that's kind of my point. We're mostly on the same page, but there are some issues I know that we had discussed previously, like the no background checks and social security numbers, et cetera. And then the other one that I think is still on the table is the issue with fixed term leases. I'm not sure how that would work if that was done away with, if, I get a tenant and then they just have the right to live there indefinitely and regardless of any agreed upon 6 month, 12 month, 24 month, whatever it happens to be. I'm not sure how that would work. It seems like if there's an agreement between the tenant and the landlord of a 12-month lease agreement, then that's when the lease is up and everyone knows about that date from when they signed the contract. So I just wanted to add that in there and yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Mayor.
sorry, I'm from Kenmore.
Thank you. Mayor Herbig, at this point, there's no additional hands raised.
All right, thank you. And I do want to emphasize that I think one of our public commenters said that we were now allowing folks to talk about potential development. That is in fact the opposite of what I said. We're asking folks not to comment about potential development, as that does create a quasi judicial issue. And we now have to keep track of these things for potential future public records. Anyway, next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Councilmember Marshall.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask to briefly pull item C, just to have the city manager clarify what it is, since we're approaching summer and I think the importance of clean air cannot be overstated.
All right, item C has been pulled from the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda without item C?
So moved.
I'll second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Consent agenda minus C is approved unanimously. Item C. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, so Puget Sound Clean Air Agency has the authority to investigate and enforce nuisance odor complaints in the city of Kenmore. In 2014, they delegated some of that authority to the city of Kenmore, to our code enforcement staff in particular. And what I mean by some of that authority is they delegated the ability for city staff to respond to nuisance odor complaints and show up at the site where the odor is being experienced and take a report and send it to Puget Sound Clean Air Agency for further investigation and enforcement. That arrangement has been in existence since 2014. It was extended for a 5-year period that runs through this month. And so we're recommending that we extend that agreement or the delegation of responding authority for another 5 years through June 30th, 2027. So that's what is before you this evening.
Do we have any questions? Okay, the chair would entertain a motion to authorize the city manager to execute Amendment 4 to Contract 14C 1261, an interlocal agreement between the city of Kenmore and Puget Sound Clean Air Agency for cooperative odor complaint investigations.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item C is adopted unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, next up, business agenda, joint meeting with the Planning Commission, presentation of Planning Commission recommendations on the comprehensive plan and development regulation amendments presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent and Principal Planner Lori Anderson for information and discussion.
Good evening, Council. We have 3 planning commissioners in person and the rest are joining us virtually. I think what will happen this evening is Chair Thompson would like to give some introductory remarks. He will then turn that over to Laurie Anderson to give an overview of what the changes are. Following that, the planning commissioners will then present several topics that were discussed during these recommendations to give you some background and context and sort of the rationale for providing those recommendations. So if it's okay, Mayor, I'd like to turn this over to Chair Thompson.
Chair Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Herbert.
Your Honor, Deputy Mayor O'Kane and the Kenmore City Council members. I'm Dwight Thompson, currently the chair of the Planning Commission. Tonight, all of the other planning commissioners whom you have appointed for this term are present. We formally pass on to you a group of comp plan amendments and those items specified in your packet tonight. I would like to point out the Planning Commission unanimously voted to forward these recommendations for your action. Certainly, some individual items sparked much debate and less than unanimous votes on specific items. But in the end, we believe that this package is the best for the city that we can do at our level. We considered each line, each page, and section several times separately. In the end, we voted on each section of the package individually for final recommendation and agreed unanimously. There are 4 areas of significance which our commission would like to provide additional input tonight for your consideration. Now, simply stated, these are missing middle and diverse housing, missing middle housing and the quarter-mile zone, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and then environmental concerns. Specific commissioners will provide comments supported by the entire commission. With your permission, we would welcome questions on each of these items when we bring them up. Council members, we would welcome all your questions after these presentations, or of course, at any time of your preference. The Planning Commission would also like to deeply thank the tireless and expert help of Lori Anderson and Debbie Bent, who without their technical and professional expertise and assistance, we could not have completed this part of our docket that you have assigned to us. Yes, the city is fortunate to have these dedicated professionals totally involved in the matters of our city. Thank you very much to our staff. With that note, I would ask Lori Anderson to present the staff report for our presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Herbig and members of the City Council. So tonight I'll be giving a brief overview of the Planning Commission's recommendations for changes to the city's comprehensive plan and development regulations. And as Commissioner Thompson mentioned, after that, I will return it back to the chair, who will have individual commissioners speak to some of these recommendations. The Planning Commission has been working on these updates and the development regulation amendments for more than a year. Their typical approach to each topic has been to review background information, analyze options and alternatives, direct staff to prepare amendments, and then review preliminary recommendations and make changes. Along the way, the Commission has tried to gather public input from a variety of sources through different means, including a community-wide survey, a presentation on land use and development and infrastructure financing, a housing forum, invitations and presentations to a variety of groups, a transit-oriented development forum, and finally, the public hearing, which was held in May. I'll summarize the results of all of that work, starting with significant changes to the 20-year vision statement. This statement is the framework around which the rest of the comprehensive plan's goals, objectives, and policies are developed. The vision statement addresses what Kenmore will look and be like in 2044. The Planning Commission's preliminary recommendations retain many of the current phrases about Kenmore's future, but add or expand on the following concepts. First, they encourage a diversity of well-maintained housing types to provide living accommodations affordable to all residents. They see Kenmore as leading and actively participating in regional efforts to promote environmental stewardship, sustainability, restoration, and conservation, while continuing to act boldly and wisely to address climate change and its impacts. The amendments state that Kenmore is friendly and inclusive, welcoming all types of families, supporting diversity, and fostering a sense of belonging and pride in all residents. And they state that the city embraces its role as a high-capacity transit community, supporting bus rapid transit and other transit options as part of the regional network. Proposed amendments to the vision statement support providing convenient access to goods and services essential to residents' daily needs, and state that the city will make financially sustainable commitments to achieve all aspects of this vision. Turning to the land use element, new goals, objectives, and policies provide for a diversity of housing types, including missing middle housing, duplexes and triplexes in some formerly low-density residential neighborhoods within 1/4 mile of the city's 2 main transit corridors. The element includes language to consider new opportunities for small-scale neighborhood commercial uses within walking or bicycling distance of homes to increase residents' opportunities to meet their daily needs without having to drive, if, of course, compatibility concerns can be addressed. Changes acknowledge that the city is both a high-capacity transit community and a candidate countywide growth center with related regional responsibilities, primarily as a result of the arrival of bus rapid transit, or BRT, along State Route 522 in 2026. Related to that, amendments support concentrating transit-oriented development in the area centered on the Kenmore Park and Ride, with higher residential densities and affordable housing requirements, and new rules to promote multi-story development downtown. The Planning Commission has added language to recognize and support people of color, Indigenous and immigrant populations, and other individuals or groups who have historically been underrepresented in community goal setting and implementation, making Kenmore a community where all people love where they live. The amendments support the large number of home-based businesses in Kenmore and recognize their importance as a way to keep jobs closer to home. They encourage opportunities for small-scale pedestrian-oriented commercial development near trails to serve passersby. And the changes amend the comprehensive plan map to show the public-private facilities land use designation for the new proposed public works facility on Northeast 200 and 2nd Street. The housing element addresses Kenmore's history of racially discriminatory land use and housing practices, along with an assessment of displacement risk. The element reviews housing affordability data relative to countywide expectations. New policies also support tenant protections. As in the land use element, the housing element provides opportunities for medium density housing in some formerly low density neighborhoods close to transit, and suggests an incremental approach to expanding future medium density opportunities. Goals and policies support requiring affordable housing when development densities are increased, and they legitimize existing legal housing types. They support alternative homeownership models and incorporate new policies about housing equity. Changes to the capital facilities element reflect decisions made by the City Council over the past year. Changes also support using surplus public property and local resources to leverage other public and private funding for the creation or preservation of affordable housing, and state that the impacts and benefits of public capital facilities should be equitably dispersed throughout the community. Following council direction and recent discussions, the Planning Commission recommends removing the Tolt Trail between 73rd Avenue Northeast and 80th Avenue Northeast from the list of future parks projects. Development regulation changes are to rezone the properties on Northeast 202nd Street to allow consideration of the public works facility there, and to add new regulations that would allow duplexes and triplexes in portions of the city's R6 residential zoning district. There are a number of missing middle housing regulations, and I won't go through every one. We'll certainly have more discussion at your meetings on July 18th and July 25th. But in brief, the rules add new definitions for duplexes and triplexes. That was important because the city already allows townhomes in single-family zones. They identify these permitted locations near the 2 transit corridors. They focus on lot dimensions rather than lot sizes. The R6 zoning district has a minimum lot size of 5,400 square feet. Working with Opticos Design to craft these new regulations and ensure compatibility with surrounding single-family residences, the dimensional standards would allow a stacked duplex, one on top of another, on a 40-foot wide by 100-foot deep lot, that's the minimum, and a side-by-side duplex or triplex on a minimum 50-foot wide by 100-foot deep lot. Dimensional standards for the new buildings relate to the dimensional standards for the lots. So there are minimum or maximum building widths and building depths, depending on the size of the lot. And again, Opticos Design, the group that coined the term missing middle, helped us craft these standards. The regulations also limit height so that a new duplex or triplex could be no taller than 2.5 stories versus 3 stories, which is allowed under the current R6 residential zoning. They talk about building placement and entry design standards. Parking would be at the current state standard of 0.75 stalls per unit, which would mean 2 stalls per duplex or triplex, given rounding rules. There are also regulations about where a garage can be located. It has to be 20 feet behind the front facade and can be no wider than 2 stalls. Surface parking standards do not allow surface parking in the front setback or closer than 5 feet to a side or rear property line. And driveways can only be 12 feet wide in the front yard. They can reduce to 10 feet after the front setback and can be within 3 feet of a side property line if a landscape buffer of native vegetation, and that was an important discussion, is provided. There are no discussion of tree regulations in these amendments because by not addressing trees, these new duplexes and triplexes would have to conform to the multifamily tree regulations, which are more restrictive than the single-family tree regulations. So that was a very quick overview of many, many pages of amendments. Again, we'll be discussing this on July 18th and July 25th. For now, I'll turn it over to Chair Thompson, and he will introduce the commissioners.
We ready to go, Mayor Herbert?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The commissioners have asked for this order of presentation. Our first is Christiana Matthews and Derek Wyckoff, who will introduce their subject. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Herbig and Honorable Council. Commissioner Wyckoff and I'm Commissioner Matthews. Commissioner Wyckoff and I are here today to talk about the missing middle plan that the Planning Commission has been tasked with creating to help provide new housing opportunities for missing middle housing and the gap we have here in Kenmore. What exactly is missing middle housing? There appears to be some common confusion about what it is and what it does. In 2010, Opticos Design founder Daniel Pallarick inspired new radical movement for increasing middle income housing choices, coining the term missing middle housing. The missing middle is defined as house scale buildings with multiple units in walkable neighborhoods. The missing middle movement is intended to provide more housing choices and housing types to a wide variety of income levels and price points. Most importantly, to provide middle income singles and families housing opportunities, again, in walkable areas. This is the purpose of a missing middle movement by definition. And according to the definition of the missing middle, it should not be confused with, nor is it supposed to address our desperate need for low income housing. While Kenmore does desperately need more housing for our low-income residents and future low-income residents, this is an entirely separate initiative that is also being addressed in the comprehensive plan. Missing middle housing types such as duplexes, triplexes, and apartments, as quick examples, are supposed to blend in easily with and integrate into their surroundings, again, in walkable neighborhoods. They're supposed to serve as a transition from single-family residential homes into slightly higher density homes. The Planning Commission strongly recommends that this be accomplished in phases to spread out the infrastructure needs and costs. Increased density requires increased transit, additional pedestrian sidewalks, crosswalks, bicycle lanes. To support this expansion, bicycle lanes to support this expansion in our community if we are trying to solve what the missing middle movement actually is by definition. As a phased approach, also, a phased approach can provide the proper planning for the parks and healthy green spaces communities need to help them grow and thrive. It will also slow down the drain and destruction of our environment, wetlands, and tree canopy that Kenmore is famous for and that our residents are fighting for at almost every council meeting, and that you, our council, have stated as a top priority on your agenda.
Thank you. Planning for and accomplishing these changes in phases helps to ensure that we are solving problems proactively and not reactively. It helps us in supporting the needs of our current and future residents as we grow. At the same time, it allows us to grow our infrastructure so as not to place too great of a burden on our existing infrastructure and place the safety of our community at risk. A tree starts its life as a seed once planted and grows out from there, similar to the phased approach we chose as a planning commission. This thoughtful and carefully phased approach will ensure we meet our goals in a responsible way. We have an opportunity to learn from our sister cities where the negative impacts of haphazard processes, reactive city planning, and piecemeal place structures in the neighborhoods that are growing closer to us every year have suffered and their community's safety put at risk. The needs of Kenmore have changed and continue to change. The missing middle's purpose is to address the need for increased housing options that blend into our existing neighborhoods and provide walkable solutions for a local community. By addressing the missing middle successfully, we maintain that the great quality of life we enjoy here in Kenmore, grow a diverse community, and provide a greater mix of housing types to meet our differing income and generational needs. Solving the missing middle is not going to happen overnight, and pleasing everyone is going to be impossible. But if done carefully and well planned, in a phased approach, Kenmore will be a shining example for other cities to have the same success. Thank you.
Our next presentation is by Commissioners Vanderveen and Lautis.
Good evening, I'm Commissioner Leases. I'd like to thank my constituents here, my colleagues here, excuse me, for that wonderful introduction into the conversation of missing middle. Next, I would like to address why these numbers. As I'm sure you've seen by this point already, missing middle, we've looked at where is it best to start this incremental approach. Again, I'd like to preference this by saying this is an incremental approach. We do see the need, but we also see how realistic we need to be about this approach. And so these numbers that we've come up with, this quarter-mile proximity to public transit for the start and this R6 zone, I would like to first dive into the rationale behind these numbers and where we can see our going forward. So the city of Kenmore seeks to increase the availability and diversity of housing choices available to its residents, as you've heard. Recent state and county strategic initiatives mandate this rezoning of existing single-family zones to include missing middle housing options, including duplexes and triplexes. As a commission, we've identified several principles to guide the resulting increase in density in Kenmore's residential areas. First, I'd like to talk about why we chose the R6 zone. The R6 medium density zone, excuse me, was selected because we evaluated all of the other residential zones as well. We looked at R1 and R4 zones, but those zones are typically used as ecological buffer zones for sensitive and critical areas. And as a commission, we felt it was inappropriate to encroach upon those, considering our value that we place upon preserving the environment as well. We also looked at higher density zones as well, but higher density zones beyond R6 tend to start to sway into zones that accommodate larger developments beyond just missing middle. And so those zones would be able to be more efficiently used besides just missing middle. The R6 zone on its own provides a Goldilocks zone. It's within single family neighborhoods, and it's the vast majority of single family zoning within the city. In this way, these building design standards and this selection help to sustain an ecological balance and include and consider land use practices that benefit residents while also addressing this desired need. At the same time, the R6 zone maximizes the diversity of housing types in sought after neighborhoods and areas of the city while being mindful of increased density's impact on the environment. I'm sure if you've seen the map by now, that R6 zone is significant. It spans across the city. And R6 zone is in the most desirable parts of the city. It's around schools, it's around parks, and we wanted to include that R6 zone in our conversation about expanding missing middle. Next, I'd like to talk about why we chose this quarter-mile justification for missing middle around transit routes. We felt that a quarter-mile proximity to transit routes offers sufficient proximity to facilitate residents' access to employment, retail options, community events, and social services. And it also reduces pressure on neighborhood vehicle traffic and available parking. As we talk about a more walkable city, having this increased density going forward closer to transit routes will help steer people towards more environmentally friendly transportation opportunities. We also believe that within this quarter mile, the physical infrastructure can be found along these routes that's required to support this increased density. These include safe streets, dedicated pedestrian walkways, and bike corridors. We've talked about Target Zero in this city, and that's one of the council's biggest priorities. Along these transit routes, these are the most developed routes within the city. They have the sidewalks, they have the surface to be able to support these safe streets and support the density that missing middle would bring. Additionally, we talked about surface water management. Along these transit corridors, surface water management is the most developed anywhere in the city. So putting density elsewhere through missing middle and other parts of the city would potentially overload, overwork, and put to the detriment the surface water facilities that we have there currently. Additionally, we talked about how being located near these transit corridors through missing middle would allow a more equitable access to municipal services. There's a hierarchy of services such as power and communication restoration, snow removal, and the regular improvement of roadways, and that this hierarchy tends to favor those along transit routes. These transit routes are seen first. So we thought about who would be moving into these missing middle units, and we wanted to consider that in terms of how they would be best served by the city itself. Again, we want to stress that this is an incremental approach to the redevelopment that allows Kenmore to test and learn from its own and other cities' experiences in implementing higher density residential land usage practices. Incremental being that as we build infrastructure out beyond these transit routes, we can expand missing middle housing further into these zones. Based upon community input and its evaluation of the current state of Kenmore land usage, we as a commission offer the following recommendations. We identify and apply density specific land usage designations, now low, medium, and high density. We focus initial medium density redevelopment, such as duplexes and triplexes within that quarter mile near public transit routes that already possess the desired and necessary infrastructure that would support them. And we talked about expanding allowable density as essential infrastructure and population expands. So with this is just the first increment that we have in these R6 zones, a quarter mile from transit routes. But as that infrastructure expands, we may be able to expand missing middle as well. Thank you.
Our next presentation will be by Mariel Torres Metapor with a backup of Tracy has helped her out with this.
Thank you so much. Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Herberg and members of the City Council. As defined by the American Planning Association, social equity is the expansion of opportunities for betterment that are available to those communities most in need, creating more choices for those who have few. As the Planning Commission for our city, we explicitly focused on health and equity in the development of our final recommendations on the comprehensive plan and development regulation amendments that will be presented and discussed today. Comprehensive plans are the framework in which local government, along with their planners, address community priorities in the long-range planning, zoning, and development of their jurisdictions, building out a long-term vision for future land use and for the built environment. In order to address historic and current inequities faced by marginalized members of our community, it is critically important to center this plan around a foundation of racial equity, social and housing justice, as well as consideration of the social determinants of health that affect the lives of Kenmore's residents. In this fashion, we will be able to develop our community to achieve our 20-year vision as a place that residents, businesses, and visitors find welcoming with courteous people, offering a high quality of life to live, raise children, shop, work, recreate, and socialize. Thank you.
So our last presentation tonight will be about the environmental concerns related to these amendments. And I will do this, and I've been helped by Commissioner Banaziski, and I appreciate your help. Our approach on missing middle and other related zoning and housing issues have been characterized as an incremental step toward compliance with existing and possible future county and state GMA policies. These comp plan amendments are difficult and far-reaching policy changes. They may change how Kenmore is viewed, including its perceived livability. The cost to the environment of our recommendations and eventually your policies in our city has been a consistent concern of the Commission. Some of our incremental approach was due to our perception of the potential and expected degradation to the environment, including but not limited to the loss of sensitive areas, tree canopy reduction, increased water runoff, riparian buffer destruction and degradation, salmon habitat loss, and opportunities for expansion of invasive species. This is just a short list of environmental concerns which we have discussed. We foresee that the likely individual and cumulative environmental loss of even one primary environmental element affects Kenmore as a livable city. Clearly, our city's environment and its stewardship are major reasons that folks choose to live in Kenmore. And lately, we see that the environment has been finding its way to your agenda more often. We are told that the environmental element of the comp plan is currently off limits to us to improve environmental policy of protection of these assets, which once lost are forever gone. Although the Commission has previously in 2018 and 19 term reviewed the comp plan elements relating to the environment. It seems that these may need to be in some way revisited, considering the increased development which is possible due to the amendments to the land use and housing elements. As such, we are currently unable to coordinate these elements in their entirety to recommend to you the best way to have a seamless set of policies. The Planning Commission seems to have also no role to preview, consider, and hear public comments regarding new ordinances that affect the environment, its protection, and/or its demise. We believe that our feedback and input to the council will provide you valuable insight as to the actual implementation of the policies we have considered and that you eventually adopt in final form. You will note that many comments and concerns have been raised by our constituents regarding environmental effects. We should also send you copies of other citizen comments that we have received over the last 18 months concerning these, as well as other topics considered in the amendments. The public hearing is not the only form of input to our commission, and the 3-minute period for verbal testimony does not provide the time needed for residents to speak to all of their issues during Planning Commission meetings. We stand ready as a commission to assist our council in diving into environmental aspects of these and other changes coming before us and you, our electeds, for policy development. We are up to the job and will give you all of our best possible work to address environmental issues for you to massage, consider, and take action as you deem best for Kenmore. That is the end of our prepared remarks, and look forward to any questions that you have at this time.
All right. Questions? Councilmember Marshall.
Yes, and thanks everybody for your outstanding work. I'm going to probably have brief comments later too, but questions include, I looked over the materials and was looking to find the actual proof or comparables of the missing middle pricing. How do we know that we're going to be able to achieve a missing middle? How do we know what these duplexes, these contemplated duplexes and triplexes are going to cost? I could only find a condo offered of rather small size, not a duplex. And then my own work has shown that a lot of duplexes around here are about 800 grand. I don't think that's anywhere near what people are going to be able to afford. Is the idea that it's maybe going to be more of an ideal to aspire to rather than something that we're going to be able to hit? And then can we get more information about people's incomes to see what the former middle class, the teachers, the public defenders, the other folks, nurses would be able to afford? But my main deal is I just cannot get past that. I can't find a duplex around here for less than 800 grand. So I don't know that this is at all going to work.
That has been a point of discussion probably for a couple hours before the commission. I would like to ask any of the commissioners. I know that Mike has worked on that a lot and has may be able to give us a good response to that question. And please, if any of the other commissioners want to jump in, please do so. Commissioner Van der Veen. You may need to unmute.
Thank you. I will jump in with a comment and invite other commissioners to follow up. This was a significant part of our discussion throughout our entire 18 months that we considered this. And it was a frustrating conversation because what became, I think, painfully clear as we went along is as much as missing middle could do in terms of increasing the diversity and availability of types of housing available, it really wasn't going to address affordability. Given the value of land and construction and competition out there in the real estate market, $800,000 for a duplex is probably the low end of the market today from everything we looked at. Missing middle is not a solution to affordable housing. The other things that the city is doing right now, I think, are much closer to being able to address that. Beyond duplex, triplex, or even townhomes, you're going to have to move into much more dense housing offerings in order to drive down the price that can be affordable to the true working middle class. I'll stop there, and hopefully that helps address some of your concerns, or it doesn't address the concern at all, but I invite other commissioners to comment.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes, earlier in the discussion, we were looking at missing middle. How do we define the price points? You mentioned that we will define the price points, and I'm wondering how we're going to do that.
Would one of our commissioners like to address that?
Ms. Bent?
It's not that the city's not going to define the price points.
I can't hear you.
The city is not going to define the price points. So I think, again, we need to be clear on missing middle is not addressing true affordable housing at the 50% or 30% level. That is not what missing middle is. It increases the amount of choice of different housing types, and it, by definition, being smaller, will be more affordable than a typical single family home. And there are lots more benefits for having missing middle housing than just the size. Oftentimes, for a duplex, for example, maybe two families will purchase the 2 units together or buy 1 unit and rent 1 out. This is a type of housing that was very common previously and was zoned out. So we are trying to, again, use missing middle housing as a way to increase the supply, and increase the housing diversity types, to be able to open up that type of housing to a broader group of people.
What is the price point we're trying to hit? What do we consider to be affordable now? Because I've seen some housing being built. I can't think what they're called now, but they're multifamily units, and they're not condominiums, but they're up in the 800,000 range. I just don't see that as something that's going to be affordable for the missing middle. So we must have some idea of what type of housing we want to build and where we want to see it priced at.
So going back to Councilmember Marshall's comment, rather than me trying to guess price points and look at the incomes, I think this is something that we will be able to bring back the next council meeting, either on the 18th or on the 25th, if that is acceptable.
Yeah, the word I was looking for was townhomes. I'm seeing townhomes being built now that are in the 800,000 range. So I'll be curious to see what type of housing we're looking at building.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
This is a topic which has really been a big, long discussion at the Planning Commission. We completely concur with your impression that this is absolutely not a method for true affordable housing. It's not going to do that trick. And particularly, it is an effect on current neighborhoods. And we have received considerable citizen input on this particular topic. And I wish you the best because I am certain that you will begin to receive many emails and citizen comments on this item alone.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, before I ask my question, I would like to see if we can have a little bit more definition around our decorum for how we're going to engage this discussion. It's a little bit complexing, being that we follow a little bit more formal process, and I'm hearing some interruption. But it would just help me, and I think it would help others kind of follow along. It's not customary that we have three-way feedback.
I mean, I did not hear anything along those lines. There was back and forth, which happens sometimes when we're talking with staff and we're clarifying questions. I don't think anybody was being rude. If anybody was, certainly called to my attention, but
Just in our accordance of Robert rules that we follow. I'm happy to be
Well, again, this
more
isn't-
lax with that if we need to be, but it's just, it is a little bit confusing that we follow a bit more formal of a process. And there's a little bit more interruption than we normally have.
unless people are really uncomfortable with having a back and forth, I think things have been going just fine tonight. I don't think there's been any issues with how things have been. Do you have a question, Councilmember Fowle?
I do. When looking at missing middle housing and some of my research over the last 3 years and attending different workshops on both affordable housing and missing middle housing, what I'm hearing an absence of both in the conversation that was guided and the conversation that has arrived to us today is missing middle is not necessarily the answer for affordable housing. If you look at other approaches, one by Karen Polark, who wrote the book on missing middle and the dumbbell of affordable housing approaches, there's a pathway. It's not just a one shot. You can have a pathway for affordable home development between that 45 to 65% of the mean, depending on how we adapt our codes and our laws. And that's more of an approach I want to see us go towards. But yet I'm one member of this council. However, when we're addressing missing middle for our years to come, I expect us to be looking at something that can serve not just the immediate next 5 years, but the next 25, the next 50, and the impact of the next 70 years. While we are at a precipice of transportation being close to the 522 corridor, we've already lost rapid transit. And now that transportation ride that used to be expedited is now an hour and a half, ride to downtown Seattle. We're far enough from Seattle that we have a greater suburban sprawl. And so it's not necessarily that we have the opportunity to have less parking in all situations, but I think in layered approaches to our city, we can reduce parking requirements in some situations to make that affordability factor a little bit easier price point. I also look at things like encroachment. I absolutely support all methods to protect our environment and sensitive habitats. And I'm deeply committed to that, but I'm also deeply committed to a pathway to affordable home ownership. And I'm not seeing, you guys have done an amazing amount of work. I have listened to your planning commission meetings. I have followed along, but I'm wondering a little bit about lot size versus lot width. There's more of a push to move from going from lot size to maximizing or minimizing lot width so that you can have multiple home housing, multiple housing development. within that. And that's all part of missing middle housing approaches. So I just want to start there with my deep concerns. Because I'm hearing a lot of really important thoughts and recommendations, but I'm also not hearing much bandwidth for diversity in that. And meaning our diverse needs of our community is important, meaning our diverse growth is important. And we can start with, pilot areas, but that's also an example of systemic acts of historical racism as applied to housing and development. We know that, and we can say, but we're a small city. We are a medium-sized city that's still growing. And little pilot programs on missing middle housing is one place to start if you're going to aim at a small threshold of a 2-3 year term. But if you're not going to plan for 5 years, 10 years, we're going to miss the market and it's going to be too late. And I'm not going to sit and support something that further support historical redlining and those practices amongst our community. And I know that you've addressed some of these issues in your discussions, and we're looking at lots that are going from yellows to purples. I'm really excited about that. But there really is no aim to get there. I'm going to leave it there.
Councilmember Shepard. Oh, sorry.
Do you wish us to comment on that or
Of course. You'd like to. I think I said Commissioner Lutzis has his hands up.
Sure, I can comment a little bit on that. So we didn't really view this as a pilot program. We looked at the city and we looked at what are the places that can actually support missing middle. And I mean, it's not relegated to purely along 522. The other transit corridor winds all the way around the south side. And if you look at the map, I don't know if it's possible to map that, Debbie, the missing middle map that we have, that there's these options are deep within single family neighborhoods, and they're right next door to schools and they're right next door to parks. We're not secluding them around the industrial sector of the city. We're not putting them along 522. We're not putting them on the corners or edges of the city. They're in the middle of these neighborhoods. And a quarter mile on each side of a transit route is more significant than one might realize. A half mile would virtually cover the entire city, but a quarter mile is still a significant amount, and it's deep within these single family neighborhoods. We made that intentional. That's why we also put it in the R6. We didn't want to put it in a higher density beyond that because that would defeat the purpose of missing middle and trying to integrate that within single family neighborhoods. And then R1s and R4s, as we discussed, have purely, well, almost entirely been used as ecological buffer zones. And so putting missing middle in those zones would basically defeat the entire purpose of R1 and R4 if you suddenly put in a whole bunch of density right there. And another thing we wanted to consider, and that was a point that I addressed, is if we try and put these missing middle units deep into the corners of the city, although they're away from transit routes, they don't have equitable access to city services. And I tried to make a point of that in terms of snow removal, communication, restoration, and power restoration. They're going to be some of the last to be served. And we didn't think that was fair at all. So the way that we tried to do this together was to incorporate the benefits of the transit route with R6 single family zones and the benefits and desires of those single family zones. And so what we came up with was this map. Was it? That's okay. That's okay. You probably have the map somewhere. And in fact, you don't see a lot down along 522. That's because there's no R6 down here along 522. But what you see is all of this missing middle is up near Morelands and up near Arrowhead and up along 155th and 153rd, which I would not say is a terrible road. Yes, a bus runs along it once or twice, each hour. But in terms, it's a very walkable road and there's sidewalks now. And that has to do with a lot of the recent developments. And we thought that that was appropriate. If we're going to put in density, that's another thing that we really considered was sidewalks. Where are sidewalks? How are people going to be able to walk safely to and from with this new density? And again, we didn't think of this as a pilot. We thought of this as a step-by-step approach. And this is the first step, and where we found this infrastructure to support this increase in density. But as that infrastructure expands throughout the city, we would expand that missing middle to reach that. Otherwise, we didn't feel it was very reasonable to put missing middle tucked away where there's no sidewalks, where they don't have access to public transportation, where they don't have access to other services that the city has to offer, including parks and schools and things like that. So in this way, we tried to do our best to look at equity, to look at those things. We had a long discussion with city staff, and we've been very cognizant about the past covenants that have been present within our city. And we thought, what can we do to provide for these residents of the missing middle zones, while also being able to allow them to integrate within single family neighborhoods and try and overcome those barriers as well. And so we hoped that maybe this combination of the quarter-mile proximity to transit routes, not just 522, but also the one that winds around Morelands on the south side, and mixing that with within single family zones, R6 specifically, that we would help overcome all of that stuff and meet all of the needs. And again, this is an incremental approach. We're not saying pilot, let it be, leave it as it is, but this now comes back to the city, and depending on where the city wants to increase infrastructure next, that's where we can look at expanding missing middle. We don't have those numbers yet. That's outward sight, I would say, but that's kind of dependent on the city in the future, and up to you and where you want to see missing middle. We're just saying, as of right now, if you want to implement it like that, these are the best places that can support that equitably, thinking about the environment. And as the city goes forward, it's up to the city on where they want to increase that infrastructure and put those sidewalks and improve the surface water facilities in order to manage that growth. And then you can start expanding from there. So I apologize that we don't have, step 2 or step 3, but that I guess would fall a little bit outside the scope of the commission and depends purely on budget allocation, and also the desires of the city, where next to move that. It's kind of an open playbook and you can move from there. But what we hoped to have done was to meet those needs and to avoid those issues. And we asked city staff to go to the DEI task force about this. And from what we heard back is it wasn't that they were upset with the incremental approach, they just wished it would happen faster. And so do we. In the end, that's what we hope as well. It just has to do with what we can go off of next and where we can build off of next. And that kind of speed depends on budget allocation in the future. So I hope that answers your question. If there's any other concerns that come up.
Just one more question.
Yes.
So why stop at a triplex? Affordability really grows with housing at a fourplex. A fourplex can be done beautifully with a facade. That would be more of a discussion that we would have later.
Mm-hmm.
But why stop at a triplex, which really doesn't have a lot of great desire to developers, whereas fourplexes and sixplexes do?
Well, as of right now, I will answer from what I can remember, and then I might pass this off to city staff if they have notes on that. We did talk about a lot of other options, specifically like courtyard apartments and cottage housing, and we loved the idea of cottage housing. They're very pretty to look at, and I could see myself, if I'm looking for an affordable form of housing out of college, it looks that would be a place I want to live. In terms of affordability, those were going about the same as single family homes. Duplexes and triplexes were more affordable. Again, we already had this discussion. They're not affordable housing, but they're more affordable, where cottage housing didn't seem to be even meet that lower level of somewhat affordability. And again, there's also a land issue within the city. There's not a lot of developable land, and a lot of these lots are small, and it would be difficult to try and fit in fourplexes. But again, we were very open to the possibility of, of exploring different ideas. And we put this in the statement as well in the future. These were just some of the ones that we had discussed, while also considering the environmental footprint as well. And that was another thing that we had talked about, especially with cottage housing. Although, yes, they're smaller units, it's a large complex. And usually you see with cottage housing, large parking lots too. And that was something that we didn't quite feel comfortable with. We felt we could achieve similar end goals with duplexes and triplexes, while also allowing them to integrate a little bit better within the neighborhoods, and provide that sort of diverse housing type. But we left that door open to those other options as well. And we put that specifically in the recommendations that we put forward to you. So that door is open for the future. Those were just the ones that we looked at in terms of our current considerations. I would like to maybe potentially allow city staff to jump in if they have those notes on those discussions, because yes, we did have those discussions actually over the course of several meetings that talked about the different types of housing, missing middle housing, and why we liked some and why we didn't like others. So we had those conversations, and we felt confident in the end about these two going forward immediately.
I think I saw Miss Anderson's hand up earlier. Did you have a guess?
Thank you, Mayor Herbig. Yeah, I wanted to point out that the map that Commissioner Lutzis is referring to is 9B. It's attachment 9B to your packet. And then in response to Commissioner Lutzis's question, I will say that the Planning Commission is, as they have mentioned, talking about an incremental approach. And at the end of the land use and the housing elements, there are sections that are called implementation measures. And so what they have done with this particular set of amendments is to look at duplexes and triplexes. And then in the implementation measures, it talks about cottage housing and other types of, small houses on small lots and other types of amendments that the city could consider, but were not part of this amendment package, just given the time and the scope of the work that they were doing. So I wanted to point that out. I would also point out that in House Bill 1220 last year, the reference in terms of the housing element was to specifically look at duplexes and triplexes and townhomes, which the city already allows in the urban growth area. So that was sort of the impetus for looking at duplexes and triplexes initially.
Mr. Vanderland, I see your hands up.
Yes, I just wanted to maybe build on Lori's comments. The docket item that was given to us was to look at missing middle. And unfortunately, I think there is as we talked about earlier, there's some misunderstanding about what missing middle is, or there's different definitions of it. But what we were asked to do is to look at missing middle in terms of duplexes, triplexes, and a few other types of smaller housing sorts of options. What we discovered as we went through this, and it has already been pointed out, the housing that comes out of that is very expensive, and you're not going to get into the middle class or into the median or 30% income brackets by building that type of housing. If you redefine middle as middle income, you would get a very different result and very different options, and looking at very different options for housing. That wasn't necessarily, as we understood it, or at least as I understood it, included in our direction, which is why we concentrated on the definition of missing middle being duplexes and triplexes as expressed in the Growth Management Act, in the county planning, and in the state Bill 2020.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Well, first I want to say thank you. This is obviously a ton of work and thought, and it's incredibly thoughtful, well put together, modulated approach, incremental, something that we can actually do, and do relatively quickly. It does not solve our affordable housing problem, as you've all said, and we have underscored. I think we get that. I think we get, well, I think most of us got that when it was assigned. I mean, this is a form of, it's another set of housing types that provides a little bit more options for folks and a little bit less expensive potentially than single family houses. I appreciate the comment about the cottage courts. And I was curious about that actually, whether they come in as even at all more affordable than traditional single family. And it's interesting that they don't. So that's very good information. I do have a couple of kind of policy level questions. I have a ton of specific questions, but I don't know that that's for tonight. So kind of at a concept or policy level, even though it relates to specific language. There was a change to one of, well, to several, but one in particular, I'm interested in one of the vision statement pieces, and that was taking out the language of character of residential or single family neighborhoods. And I understand why people might have been uncomfortable with the word character. I get that. What I'm wondering though, because I think all of the policy work that you did actually gets at maybe a different word, compatibility. And so I'm wondering whether so my first question is whether the Planning Commission would be comfortable with reinserting something like that potentially, if the council wanted to. I mean, what would your feelings be about that? I know I'm looking right at you because you're right in front of me, but looking at the whole council here, I mean, the whole Planning Commission.
I would like to, this has been a major topic, and you particularly pointed out a word that we spent quite a bit of time talking about. So I would like to ask our DIE folks that worked on that item to speak to why that change was made.
That makes sense.
Commissioner Metapor?
Is it okay within the commission? Okay.
I'm happy to take a first go, unless Marielle, unless you would like to.
Go ahead, Tracy.
Okay. You can please jump in with anything that I have missed or mischaracterized. So talking about the character of single family neighborhoods has often been historically been a way to exclude people of certain backgrounds. And in an attempt to be more inclusive, we wanted to get away from that language. Right. I think that was the main, one of our primary goals from a DEI perspective. And yeah, I think I will stop there. Unless
and I'll just clarify, I understand that piece, and I know where that's coming from. I guess from a design and physical look and feel of the structures. Many of the policies and, width and height and, all of that are intended to make those features fit in terms of look and form. And so, and yet I think we've removed that from the vision, and that's what I'm trying to see if there's a way to reinsert that. And maybe we don't need to nitpick language, but if what I'm wondering is the comfort level of reinserting something that would speak to that.
And if I could just add, I mean, that's a really good, I think a question and I think something to ponder. I do recall in our conversation.
Ms. Metapor, Taurus Metapor, we can hardly hear you.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
No.
I think your computer mic might be picking you up instead of your headset.
Oops.
All right. Is this better?
No. Well, and that can be a thought piece. I mean, maybe you can let Debbie know or something like that.
Council Member Skrubnik, Can I just say that you're exactly right, that we had a lot of conversation about compatibility of housing type with existing single family structures. So the whole, our intention was that these missing middle housing types be compatible. You're exactly right, in form and scale and function. So that language, I think throughout the comp plan, we replaced the characters of the neighborhoods with with compatibility.
Right.
And I think, are you observing that didn't make it into the vision statement?
Correct.
Is that what you see, that it's not there?
Okay, so that's great. Okay, so the other policy, let's see.
If I may say,
Policy.
this
Oh,
also speaks to land value, because no matter how, and we discussed this a lot, no matter how we slice the pie, the cost of land in Kenmore is expensive when you get into these neighborhoods. And I believe that Commissioner Vanderleen talked about this problem as one of the primary, and the cost of building, of course, the primary reasons that we're not going to see affordable housing as such with this type of policy. Did I get that correct, Mike?
Yes, Dwight, you did. I think everybody may be looking for some kind of a benchmark. So let me be bold enough to throw something out here for you to maybe help your thinking on this. Given a median income of about $100,000 a year in King County today is the last number I saw. If you wanted to get 50% of that, and taking into account that the general recommendation is about 28% of family income should be, no more than that should be devoted to housing, you end up with something like a $1,400 a month housing cost can be affordable to a median income family. That would support a mortgage loan of about $350,000, $360,000. That's the gap up to $800,000, which is what you'd have with a duplex or triplex in Kenmore. The only way to get down to that medium income level is going to be much higher density development than what you'd have, and to lower the individual unit cost. You have to have that higher density go well above a duplex or triplex. That's a major decision point for the city to be thinking about, and was beyond the scope of the docket that was given to us.
Yeah, I think we got it. I've got a couple more just sort of policy level questions, hopefully not as complex. So one was, how did you come to the parking requirement of 0.75, which is actually lower than our studio, our lowest unit level? And, knowing that duplexes and triplexes are liable to have more bedrooms than a studio. So I'm curious how you came to that.
Your Honor, I see that Lori is dying to
Right.
address this, because I think that she could probably summarize our specific concerns and why we did this.
Right, correct. So there was a state law passed last year that said for multifamily development within a quarter mile of transit, you cannot require more than 0.75 stalls per unit, or alternatively, 1 stall per bedroom. When Development Services brought forward an ordinance last year to conform to that state law, the recommendation was 0.75 stall per unit. And so we carried forward and explained to the Planning Commission that, that we have 2 options here, and the recommendation to date has been 0.75 stalls per unit. And so that is where the recommendation came from, because of that state requirement.
Okay, but it could be more than that, given understanding of
Commerce-
what the bedrooms are, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
Commerce, I
got
think,
it.
has said that they would allow up to one stall per bedroom. Staff would not recommend that.
No. Well, and yeah, and we don't in our multifamily either, but I mean, yeah, but this is helpful where that came from.
That was the genesis, right?
Yeah, and then the last kind of, again, lots of smaller questions, but or maybe it's not the last. So I was curious on the small commercial retail. I think it talks about, I'm trying to remember the exact language, but near trails and parks, I think, or trails and something. But doesn't, and I think it talks about arterials. So I'm just curious whether you looked at other types of intersections that maybe not trails. So yeah.
Yeah, I can address that one. That was verbiage added per my request, actually. Looking to increase the walkability of the community and the purpose of walkability in a community, that if you so happen to be strolling along a pathway, a major pathway, not just random sidewalk, that maybe perhaps a tiny shop or booth that offered ice cream or bike parts or iPhone repair or very small, very niche boutique services that would be focused purely on walking traffic, no parking, purely facing pedestrian trail, where the front door would be the trail.
So, okay. I think I understand now why. Okay, because you're wanting to make sure parking doesn't dominate these small retail. Okay, that's helpful. Yeah, sorry.
The benefit to that would be twofold, as it would also help small businesses or help.
Oh, for
to
sure.
grow the
No,
small
I'm
business
totally
sector.
supportive. I was just sort of wondering why it couldn't be more even that. But now I understand why you focused on that. Let me just see if I think that might have been, I'll let somebody else talk because I think I have other questions. Sorry.
Yeah. Councilmember Kugler.
Thank you. I'd also like to just voice my appreciation and thanks for the Planning Commission and the staff in supporting this work. It's obvious you poured a lot of time and energy and thoughtful conversation about it, and I really appreciate the recommendations tonight. I have a couple of questions that are just for better understanding of some of the recommendations that have been presented. So one of them is, my first question is, what was the thought behind having a lower height for duplexes and triplexes at like 30 feet versus the 35-foot standard in R6? Is there someone that might be?
Dwight, I think you need to unmute, Dwight.
I'm sorry, would any of the commissioners like to take that one on? But I know Lori will help us out there if, as a general statement of where we were, and it's probably best that she started out.
Okay, I'm happy to. So as we mentioned, we involved Opticos Design in the work that we were doing to try to address compatibility with traditional single-family residences. And they were the ones who recommended the reduced height. 35 feet will allow 3 stories. And I think probably everyone is familiar with 3-story modern houses in traditional neighborhoods. And it's a very distinctive look. I'm not saying it's bad or good, but it is not traditional. And so Opticos's perspective was that if you would drop the height to 30 feet and then include also a height to the eave of 24 feet. You could go to 2.5 stories, but you would not have a 3-story structure with a flat roof. So that was the origination of the reduced height limit.
And another point is that you may, as a council, can definitely expect a chunk of comments about that very item.
Thank you for the warning. So that kind of speaks to another question of mine, which is that I was curious whether Opticos Design's review and input is incorporated throughout all of the revised elements. Is that how we would see them?
I can speak to that. We brought them in on a very limited scope to look at the design standards for missing middle. They were not involved in the policies. They looked at the regulations to ensure compatibility. And we brought them in because that was largely what we heard in public comment, was a concern about compatibility.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have then is related to the 1/4 mile distance. How, I guess, what contributed to that distance versus like, I mean, you spoke to like 1/2 mile, but why not like 1/3 of a mile? Like what, how did you land on that number?
Yeah, so I don't know if all of you know this, but I live within the city of Kenmore and I grew up within the city of Kenmore and I walked to Inglemore up Simons, and that is about a 1/4 mile or so. And walking, well, our city is a city full of hills. We're in the foothills. And if you think about the geography and if you think about the climate that we have, very rainy, there's a significant difference between, you know, a 1/4 mile and a 1/2 mile, or a 1/4 mile and a 1/3 mile. So we thought about also kind of the actual application of the 1/4 mile based on experiences and also who we're targeting with missing middle housing as well. It all has to do with that walkability and with that proximity to transit routes. You know, we really couldn't see forcing people to walk 1/2 mile uphill in the pouring rain to the bus stop or something like that. That just didn't quite seem appropriate or correct. Of course, as you know, this is something that could be expanded upon later as infrastructure expands. If the infrastructure expands beyond that proximity within the transit route, then of course that 1/4 mile can be adjusted, but that's what we came to as of right now. Plus, it also ties in with that conversation about parking, and with reduced parking, it creates a more affordable unit with that 0.75 kind of cap on that. So there were a number of things that played into this. We looked at this from all sides, and that was just happened to be one that seemed to meet all of the needs and criteria that we had, and fulfilled all of the different kind of aspects that we were looking at, without going a little bit too far. But if there's any other commissioners that have any other comments about that 1/4 mile justification versus maybe a 1/3 mile, I believe that was kind of it, along with touching on the other justifications we had for that 1/4 mile instead of, you know, a 1/2 mile that I discussed at the beginning. But if there's anyone else that wants to add on, please do.
One more question. Okay, thank you for that explanation. My final question is, did you discuss when, maybe I missed this, so I might need help finding this, but the implementation measures that I think a staff member mentioned, does that discuss like a timeline or how we would measure the impacts of this incremental approach?
I see eyes looking at me.
Or me.
I see,
Sorry.
yeah, Ms. Anderson.
So yes, in terms of implementation, are you asking then, you know, how would we measure success? How would we know it would be successful? So yes, that is something that we would be doing, sort of measuring over time, you know, how many units are built and comparable to before these regulations went into place. So there is always that element there. And again, if we think that this is not working or we need to do something different to encourage more, there's always the opportunity to do more or change regulations in the future. I don't know if Laurie has anything else to add. I see a hand still raised.
Yeah, I was only going to say that the implementation measures in the plan don't set out a timeline for when the issues are addressed, that has been something that is docket related, so that the city council, when considering the docket, would prioritize the implementation measures.
All right. I'm going to go and then you can go. Okay. All right. Sorry, everybody else has had a chance to speak. So first off, I want to thank the commission for your work. I've said this before, I will say it again, and I will say it again in the future. The city council could not do this work without all of the blood, sweat, and tears that you folks have put into this. So I really want to thank you for the immense amount of work that you've put into this. It's very thoughtful. Yeah, it's a very well thought out product. So first off, I want to start with a thank you. And then I have some comments and then a few questions. So as Commissioner Matthews said, we really, I think, need to disentangle the conversation between missing middle housing and, traditional subsidized affordable housing. The housing crisis in this region is affecting everybody at all levels, except for the very top. And we both need to be building more market rate housing and subsidized affordable housing like what we're doing over at the old Shell property. Even if a townhome is being sold for $800,000, that's a heck of a lot cheaper than any of the houses that I've seen listed in Kenmore in the last 6 months. Everything seems to be 1, 1.2, 1.4, 1.5. And these are just, 70s ranch houses going for 1.2. It's insane. There's also the issue of just basic economics, more supply and smaller choices, and using the limited land we have better will make housing more attainable. Maybe not affordable in the way we think about it, but more attainable to more folks. I really view housing as almost one of the more important environmental issues that we deal with, because as we've seen over the last 50 years, as most cities in the Puget Sound region have protected exclusionary single-family zoning, it has forced a lot of development further and further out towards the border, towards the urban growth boundary. And not only does that drive up costs, by limiting the amount of housing, it also forces people to move further away from their work, further away from the urban core, which leads to, longer commutes, increased traffic. We know what we're dealing, we're working on a climate action plan right now. We have a highway here that takes tens of thousands of people, many of them who have been priced out of Kenmore and Seattle and the surrounding area and are trucking in from Monroe and causing traffic in Kenmore on their way through. And I would also argue, frankly, that, a new single family development out on a greenfield at the edge of the UGA has a larger impact on the regional environment than focusing our development in the urban core, and closer to the urban core at least. So I view this as a frankly a really important environmental issue, because if we can get more people to live closer to the work and not have to travel as far and have a easier access to transit, that is a huge environmental win for us. I also have a quick comment about parking too. I appreciate what you guys have landed. The more parking we require, the less affordable housing becomes. We know that even surface spaces are somewhere in the $10,000 to $15,000, per spot, which is an incredible cost. And also, frankly, it's forcing more impermeable surfaces. And I tend to believe that developers or landlords will build the parking that they need at the end of the day if they want to make a profit off their land. So I'm comfortable with the recommendation that we have here. I'm also, frankly, would be fine with it being lower, especially for the places closer in, but I appreciate the thought that went into that. Now to my questions. And this one I think is for staff, but would the change that's being discussed here around missing middle developments, would it allow missing middle developments to be built any closer to wetlands or other environmentally sensitive areas than current single family housing?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's not what I thought, but I just wanted to double check. I have some of the same concerns that Councilmember Kugler had around the height difference. I think if we don't like 35-foot square buildings in single family, then we should do away with 35-foot square buildings in single family. I think that by excluding missing middle housing from that, we are on some level, we're disincentivizing the use, or we're pushing a triplex down to a duplex, which kind of defeats a little bit of the purpose that we're trying to, I think, get at this. Would a 2.5-story building with maybe a buried half-story, would that allow for 3 floors?
I don't think the 30-foot height limit would allow for 3 floors. I mean, unless you're talking about a basement.
Well, I am talking about a basement. If you're talking about 2.5 stories, then.
Right. And it's the height to the eaves that is the critical piece there, 24 feet to the eaves and then 30 feet overall height.
So you could still have like a daylight basement or a kind of half buried basement with a unit down there.
Right.
Okay. And yeah, if we're generally asking for these to be generally, broadly built in the same envelope that we have for our current single family housing, I do question why we would subject them to stronger tree regulations. I'm not against tree regulations at all, but I don't see why we would put something that houses more people and hold it to a higher standard than the people living next door to them. The people next door to them are living in a 3,000 square foot, $1.8 million, 35-foot high square house. And the people next to them have 2 or 3 residences and have a lower carbon footprint, all of that. I mean, why would we hold them to a higher standard? Because again, I think just disincentivizes the sort of development I think we're hoping to get a little
Tracy,
bit.
would you like to speak to that?
I do. I hesitate because I know I need to be very clear that I'm speaking. My comments are a reflection of the commission as a whole, and sometimes with trees and such, it can be hard for me I just need to stick to that line. But I will say that I think I do believe, and any commissioner can correct me if I'm wrong, that the commission very much wanted to address environmental and tree canopy issues, and we had very little leeway in doing so in our policy recommendations. This was one of the ways that we could. And I don't know that I'm wrong in saying that I think the entire commission would like those single family homeowners to be held to the same higher tree standards. It's not that it wasn't meant to be a disincentive. It was just meant to be protective of the environment.
Thanks. And then maybe this is for staff. Do we have any, and maybe I missed in here because there's a lot there. Do we have any estimates on, and actually kind of goes to what Councilmember Kugler was asking. Do we have any estimates on, when we were looking at ADUs, we had estimates on how many units we thought it would produce over a decade, and it was like 150 units or something like that. Do we have any rough estimates on how many new units we would see from this?
I'm going to ask Laurie to jump in because she probably remembers those numbers exactly.
I don't remember them exactly, but I have them written down, which is really helpful. So we did a rough analysis, and we did that based on the land within the quarter-mile area that had already been identified as either vacant or redevelopable, removing critical areas and their buffers. And the capacity, if the capacity for duplexes and triplexes was around 300 units each. However, that would be over if every single parcel developed, and that is not what has historically been seen. So if you assumed that 25% of those parcels developed, then we ended up with about 40 duplexes, and I think it was 32 triplexes using the densities that we had been working with in the calculations. And the capacity calculations also take out factors, market factors and right-of-way factors and different things. So it's a very sophisticated calculation. But the rough numbers are about 40 duplexes and say 30 triplexes.
Okay.
If 25%
Yeah.
of those lots converted to those uses. That I would say that the Brian Hampson, the former Development Services Director, in terms of whether existing residences would convert to duplexes and triplexes, his perspective was that that was probably unlikely because of the metering and the firewall requirements. But again, there's a great need for housing, and so you can't completely predict how these things will go.
And those existing residences could turn into, they could add a dadu and adu also.
Right,
with
exactly.
less. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I know there's a lot of concern, I think, with, neighborhoods changing overnight. And I don't think that that is all what we're going to see here. We'll see individual lots as houses get to the end of their life, get redeveloped and turn into other things, but nobody's going to take their 20-year-old house and toss it out and build a triplex just because we changed the zoning. It's going to take years for us to see really meaningful change, I think, out of this. One quick comment too, I really do appreciate the change in the land use element from Kenmore's founders to white settlers. That was a nice touch. Good catch. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you. So I'll just go through a number of questions, maybe write them down, and it'll save a little bit of time and then hit them in order or thereabouts. But I think I heard from Commissioners Thompson and Banazinski that they would like more time, or they wanted to coordinate with the environmental element of the comp plan. Is that true? And did they want more time on that? Secondly, I was totally respect, and I'm so glad to hear from what I think I heard Commissioner Lutz say about the DEI task force, feeling that they wanted the amenities faster. I think it's what I understood. They wanted amenities faster, and because that's my feeling. And remember, this is only a proposal, right? And you guys have done brilliant work on it. It's our duty to really scrutinize it, I think, with all due respect to everybody. But I think I share the value that if we're going to increase density, we've got to have sufficient sidewalks and infrastructure built, public safety infrastructure, even if the car requirement is purported to be a little bit less. We've got to have adequate sidewalks. You can think about any of the little cul-de-sac or through street in Kenmore and increasing the automobiles and increasing the public dangers. So how can we make that, rather than incremental, or I don't know, maybe fitting in the incremental, but I don't like the term incremental. How can we make it concurrent? I think the DEI task force was totally right to say, you're going to build this stuff, you're going to increase that danger and issue as soon as you can. You got to make that amenity, you got to make that neighborhood safe. That includes the environmental impacts, I think, with surface water and impervious surfaces going down to streams. I do feel that the tree canopy rules, the stricter ones, should apply. Be interested in hearing what those are. And then there's also another issue that we bring up with increasing density, and that's, of course, the need for increased enforcement, code enforcement. There's going to be an increase in population. You're going to have to look to see if people are really obeying the car rule. Are they really not buying the car, or the 1.7 or 0.75 cars and using them there? There's also I think a real importance in observing that, people living in multifamily housing and condominiums and apartments in many ways, I think, have a benefit over those of us in single family neighborhoods, because you've got more people and more eyes and more often enforcement government structure, or not government, enforcement organizational structures very close at hand. You can complain about a noise complaint and something will probably get done. You can complain about somebody not taking their or leaving their garbage, this or that, or any number of violations. We're talking a neighborhood where people have, larger yards or more privacy, or a duplex with the same. You've got people who are more reluctant to get involved or get worried about messing with their neighbors and making a complaint. I think you're going to have, with duplexes and triplexes, you're going to have more code issues. Fine, you may have that with everything else, but then you're going to definitely need more enforcement. That's going to cost the city money and personnel they're going to have. You're also going to have, I think, the need for all of our social services, our law enforcement, and our youth community services or community centers. We have to have that to be equitable. So I'm wondering also if there was any, the main emphasis is on concurrence. How can we get to concurrence, or how do we look at concurrence? And then also, do we have a number as to by how many people this would increase our population, and or how many houses? And then maybe a question for the commission and or the city attorney. So it's my understanding that private covenants, of course, still exist in Kenmore in a number of our wealthier and better organized neighborhoods like McDonald Highlands and Uplake. Don't these covenants then, when I last looked at it, covenants were overriding city law. In other words, if Uplake, say, was considered for this missing middle, and are they? Would they be able to say, okay, no, we're going to still require the single family, despite what the city says? Is that an issue as well? And then also, I noted that we only had 13 responses, written responses, although it sounds like there's a ton more public participation in all your meetings. But ultimately, from the public hearing, we had 13 responses. One of those was the Master Builders Association. I certainly see the need that we got to err on the side of more public participation rather than less. I was walking the neighborhood 2 weekends ago, just by Arrowhead, and it's not scientific. I didn't do huge. I hit maybe like 10 or 15 doors or people to talk to. Nobody knew about missing middle. That's not to say that we haven't done a lot. Staff has done a whole lot. I really believe that, no question. But people, man, I don't know. We're coming out of COVID. Maybe we've got more online, virtual communications like emails and social media. We're looking at stuff. There are huge issues. There's wars. There's massive Supreme Court decisions coming down, influencing us. All this to me speaks to the need for looking at this for more time. So I've pretty much hit all my issues. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I speak to at least two of those points?
Of course. And I think Ms. Bent also would like to speak. So,
excuse me. So, first of all, that whole set of comments by Councilmember Marshall was right on, and many of them have been discussed during our commission meetings. I'd like to point out one about the parking. Even now, we see folks using the right-of-ways as additional parking and additional opportunities to do odds and ends in the public right-of-way that really are not allowed, whether it's for commercial use or parking unlicensed or registered expired cars. And so there's a lot of issues related, and that's why one of the reasons why we would like some more input on a regular basis on code issues, because these code issues do matter on how we develop and increase our properties and our housing in the city. The other item is with regard to the environment. It's this, the feeling of several of our members, if not the majority, is that coordination with, again, the code and other elements of the environmental policy of the city needs to really occur in order to make this type of housing policy compatible with the goals that you've set out for our livable community. So that's just a summary of items, but those other topics that Councilmember Marshall discussed are right on, and we have spent considerable amount of time doing that. And I'm sure there might be a couple other commissioners that want to pipe in. or maybe not, I'm not sure.
I think Ms. Ben had her hand up earlier.
I think I have 10 questions, and I'm not going to hit all of them in order. I might just summarize a few. On the first one, in regard to does the Planning Commission need or deserve time on the environmental element? The shoreline element and the natural environment element and the implementing critical area regulations and shoreline regulations were reviewed in 2018 and 2019, and the shoreline element was approved by the Department of Ecology. We met the state mandated timelines for doing that. We will, of course, ensure that there is consistency throughout the comprehensive plan document. So we don't look at every element every year, but we do have to make sure that each element is internally consistent. So that's my response to the first question. I think a lot of the questions, Councilmember Marshall, I think you are concerned about the level of impact, whether it's surface water, trees, code compliance, infrastructure, and whether that is indeed more than you would typically see for a single family home. I would suggest that a duplex and a triplex is pretty close in terms of footprint size and the level of impact that you might see from a typical single family home, but we can agree to disagree on that. In terms of public participation, I think we did a really good job in terms of public participation and outreach, particularly in trying to outreach to groups that are typically hard to reach. We had a public participation plan and we reached out in many numerous ways. In terms of private covenants, and I'm sure the city attorney will correct me if I'm wrong, is that the city does not enforce private covenants. That is the purview of the homeowners. So if there is a covenant and the city receives a building permit, the city would review that building permit for compliance with the city regulations. If it is not in compliance with the private covenants, that is up to the homeowners association to pursue that. Did I miss anything?
Probably a host of things, but that's all right. It's it's that I didn't keep track of them. So you're good.
And if council has questions that you feel you didn't answer, it would be helpful if you could email those to staff, and then we can be prepared to answer those at the upcoming council meetings on the 18th.
Oh yeah, the concurrence. So what was it about the sidewalks and all the impact issues? Were we looking at including those when these places were built just for the unit, or were we looking at being concurrent with the rest of the neighborhood, or how were we looking at that? Was it going to be concurrent or was it going to be deferred?
Let me see if I understand this correctly. So you look at the level of impact based on what's being built. So there's that kind of balance that you do. So you can only require the infrastructure based on the level of impact. So you would then be looking at, is there a need for sidewalk based on the size of the development that you have? Or you would look, again, similarly look at surface water as well. So concurrency is assessed at the time of either a land use application or a building permit application. We did complete a SEPA analysis for this, and it was found to be in compliance with at least the level of traffic impact. So when we're looking at these regulations, we did do a SEPA analysis and found that that was fine. And again, if Laurie's there, she may have some additional points to speak to on this as well.
Yeah, I think Debbie covered it well, that these new structures, which again are regulated in size to be comparable to existing single family homes, would go through the same process in terms of needing to potentially install sidewalks in front of the frontage. There would be a traffic analysis that would look at traffic impact fees to fund future infrastructure improvements. When we did the SEPA analysis, we were looking at the level of growth that the city is expecting, how many housing units, how many jobs are targeted for Kenmore over the next 20 years. And those targets are not anticipated to change with this set of new amendments. What may change is some shifting, slight shifting of where the impacts are, but the overall impacts are not significant. The growth was expected anyway. It's just providing additional opportunities for those who want to live in something between an apartment and a single family home.
Yeah, and were was it going to be concurrent with the place being built, or was there going to be a delay then, it sounds like?
It depends on the topic. Surface water and probably sidewalk installation are generally concurrent. Traffic impact fees to do future road improvements would occur later after collection of the fees. So it depends on the topic at hand, but they would be treated just as they would as if a single family home were being built on the lot or a subdivision were being constructed.
Thank you. And did that then include not just frontage of the street, but like neighborhood impact for sidewalks or contribution further in the neighborhood for sidewalks?
Yeah, I don't think our current rules require that unless it's in an area, for example, a subdivision that is within a near distance of a school, for example. I think sometimes there have been subdivision projects where a safe route to school was required, but that's not typical of development. Usually the single development does not provide neighborhood improvements.
Thank you. And I promised last one, I had asked, I forgot it. Any rough ballpark as to how much this would increase our population?
We don't anticipate that it would increase the population any more than is targeted. The way the growth targets work is that there is a state forecast of population, and that population is divided out, and then there's a process that the county goes through to accommodate the expected population, and certain jurisdictions take certain numbers. And as Kenmore is a high capacity transit community, we were in with a group of other high capacity transit communities that had a certain target that is expected. And so there's going to be a certain number of people who we anticipate are going to move to Kenmore over the next 20 years. And we just have to make sure that we have enough housing units to accommodate those folks, which we do. This missing middle effort is not necessarily an effort to intensify the population. It may shift where the population is located, but it also is providing a new range of types of housing for folks, again, who want to live somewhere between an apartment and a single family home. And it is an effort to provide more housing stock in this different format.
Thank you.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I'm going to back up just a little bit on the housing height. It was 2.5 feet, I believe, and no level top roof or viewing point, I guess one might possibly have if you're near a water view kind of area. So I'm wondering a little bit about that. If you can explain that to me. Is it like a flat code issue, or is it a cost issue? Is it?
It was exclusively an issue related to compatibility with surrounding development. Most single-family neighborhoods, traditionally developed single-family neighborhoods, are not occupied by 3-story structures at 35 feet. And so Opticos's idea was that in an effort to achieve a streetscape of similar looking buildings, if you reduce the height would be more like what the existing development looked like. That was all.
Okay, so it's a suggestion. I appreciate that. And also, I really appreciate all the hard work you all have done. You know, I think that safety and security is going to be paramount to our community. I don't know that stopping at triplexes is the way to go. It definitely is a pathway to restrict development and keep development at a certain kind of financial threshold. And I think that's where I differ on the housing solution type restriction of stopping at the triplex versus looking at, like master builders recommendations or, King County recommendations when you're looking at missing middle housing and viability of improving housing types and opportunities within a community. But it's definitely a pathway to getting us more of what we have now is expensive housing for a community. I don't see that it is anything that will give two-arm approaches. It definitely is a single-arm approach. Yes, it will develop more housing, but I don't believe that it's going to be, I don't think that this type of approach is going to be the best. We might need to adapt it a little bit when we have the conversation come back to us. And it's not, it's out of looking at code recommendations or best practices elsewhere. So I don't know that I buy into the Opticum design approach much. And I'm more impressed by, form-based codes and recommendations for municipalities and developers on, urban design, a guide towards more bridging into missing middle housing with a two-arm approach versus a single-arm approach. But I don't think we have to lose the charm of Kenmore in that process. And I know that's paramount. So I'm just gonna cap it there, but I really appreciate all the hard work and effort. You spent many hours in-depth discussions and again, safety, security, the welfare of a community, response-ship is really important to families and communities, as well as being able to access in and out easily. I see our roads starting to get a little bit more narrower, and I wonder about that and missing middle housing.
Deputy Mayor.
Hi. I've been a little silent here, but the first thing I want to do is thank you for the work that you've done, how prepared you've come today. I'm just going to make a special call out to Nathan for your explanation on the quarter mile and other things that you've explained today. But for me, I just thought, wow, all of you have worked together so hard on this. You know what you're talking about, and you're giving. This is a complex issue, and there are multiple sides to it. Missing middle housing, it's adding housing stock. If I were to buy a house today, I'd be looking at a townhouse or something along those lines. We don't have a lot of choice about what's happening with our housing prices, but what I do know is there are people that are going to be moving out here, graduating from school, doing what I had to do, move from Seattle to Kenmore, where I'm from originally, but for affordability, because houses in Seattle that are 800,000 here are 1.4 million there. So, or 1.2, but so the main thing that I want to share is, and I think the importance and a big purpose of this, in addition to it, I think being the most environmentally sound approach to housing development, this is a way of developing housing that's resilient, that's built on current infrastructure, that when we open the door to this, it's not a floodgate, it's incremental. It's creating space for people to build more unique housing types. And I like to think about this as kind of a more anthropological approach or historical approach to housing. And we go to charming places. Places build out from a center. I'm going to share something that was one of my favorite podcasts ever, was from Strong Towns. And it talked about the impact of architecture after the World War I architect, the most famous Bauhaus architects from World War I, think it was Bauhaus, all were shell-shocked. And they designed housing in an orderly manner. It's a very interesting podcast. But what it also fostered was disconnect in our communities by opening space in our single family neighborhoods for some more density. It creates opportunity for us to see each other, to connect with each other. And ideally, as we're doing this, we're creating the door and creating zoning that allows for shops, restaurants, and things to do, making things more walkable, which I see that that's what we're doing. So this is maybe a few minutes of me just saying, I'm impressed with where you're going. I know how challenging this is. We have some hard work as a council making decisions here, recognizing that there's a breadth of views in our community and amongst ourselves. But thank you for what you're doing. And I just really want to applaud it.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, thank you again. And just an observation that I didn't make earlier. I think, looking at the map, just sort of eyeballing it, and maybe staff could come back with figures on this. I mean, it looks like at least half of the R6 is allowing at least, and maybe something on the order of a third of all of our residential zone. But anyway, something like that. You'd have to figure out if it's parcels or size, but I mean, as a proportion. But I mean, it's a lot. So it's not like we're pigeonholing folks. But the question that I had that I forgot to ask earlier, and it may or may not be a policy question, maybe just my understanding of it, but the table B, the R1, R4, R6 residential zone development standards, it talks about the dwelling units per acre. And this is in the missing middle. It's the table in the missing middle. And it's, we've got, I think I must be misunderstanding, because it goes into the mid-20s for dwelling units per acre. And it talks about those only being allowed if there are density bonuses. And I'm assuming we're not doing density bonuses for missing middle, because that would kind of violate the whole thing. So maybe somebody could just sort of walk me through that table. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I can give you a quick overview, and then maybe we can go through it on the 18th. But there are two levels of density shown in the table. There is no requirement for a duplex or a triplex to provide affordable housing, for example, but you could get maybe one more duplex or one more triplex if you were doing a larger development of duplexes and triplexes, if you did provide some affordable housing. Those are our residential density incentives. So that's why there are two different density levels specified. One is just the flat ability, and the other is you can get to this higher density if you do, for example, affordable housing.
Not on a sixth of an acre, 1 parcel, you can't do more than the duplex or the triplex.
No, I think it would have to be like if you were doing a subdivision of several duplexes.
Several, exactly. Okay, yeah. Thank you. That's super helpful.
Okay.
All right, any further questions? All right, well, I want to thank you so much for your time tonight and for staying so late. I'm sure it's past somebody's bedtime, or at least it's past mine already. We still have 2 more items. With the council's indulgence, I would like to take a 5-minute break before we get to the next 2 items, if that's okay with everybody. All right, 5-minute break. Thank you so much. Kenmore City Council for return from recess. Next item on the agenda, proposed Native American artwork for Taquadis Park, presented by Community Development Director Debbie Bent and Parks Project Manager Maureen Khaleesi.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to ask the clerk to promote Maureen, and also if Suzanne Greathouse and Ty Juvenile are in the audience, to promote them also. Thank you. So we're here this evening on a exciting topic, really, is to talk about proposed Native American artwork at Walkability Park. And we have two actions that we're hoping you take this evening. One is a motion approving the proposed locations for the artwork, and two is a motion giving authorization for the city manager to execute any necessary agreements with the Kenmore Heritage Society and the artist. And third then is a motion giving authorization for up to $6,000 of public art funds, if needed, towards the cost of city permits and some other things that's if it's needed. So there are three motions that we're looking for this evening. But before we get to that, I would like to sort of turn the time over to Suzanne Greathouse, President of the Kenmore Historical Society, and Ty Juvenile, the artist, and they have a little presentation. And they are going to talk about the artwork. They're going to talk about how the artwork, the ideas came up, and they're also going to talk about the grant that the Historical Society received to pay for this artwork. And I think in the presentation, I think Suzanne's also going to talk about a couple of other ideas. We're looking at collaborating with the Historical Society on plant markers, native plant markers, and we'll collaborate with them on an interpretive sign. And she's also going to talk about some other things possibly in the future. But again, I want to kind of focus council's attention is, things in the future and not what we're looking for direction on this evening. Mayor, if it's okay, I would like to ask for the presentation. Suzanne, are you going to share the presentation this evening?
It's up to you. I sent a version 3 a little bit earlier tonight because Ty was able to share his idea for the story poll. So I thought it would be fun for the council to see that. So if you have that queued up, then you can share it. If you don't, then I can share what I've got.
I don't have that queued up, I'm afraid. So if you can share what you have right now.
Sure. Okay, can everyone see this first slide? Taquadis Park, reclaiming identity, preserving, sharing, and honoring Indigenous lifeways.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. So again, thanks so much to the council for starting us off on this journey by requesting the renaming of the park. And that's really encouraged and informed a lot of what we've decided to do in terms of artwork and other participation. So Savinsky grant was awarded to Kenmore Heritage Society for our ideas about how we can use this park to really honor our first people and educate about history and culture of the place, especially since it's been reimagined as per the insert on the slide here. So one of the things we're doing in addition to the art is we've established a working relationship with the Burke Museum, and they're going to help with the educational part of this related to the grant. But the grant has provided $3,000 towards the mural that Ty's doing, and the Heritage Society will make up the difference on that. And we've also, there's another piece of artwork that we're having Ty do, and that's a spindle whorl, which I'll show in a minute. And that's completely funded by the Heritage Society and is a gift to the park. So the Lifeways mural will be the freestanding mural that Ty is working on. And this is not the actual design. This is just kind of a placeholder. Ty, would you like to talk a little bit about your concept for the mural?
Yeah, hey, how's it going, everybody? Thank you for having me in your town hall meeting and everything. You guys are doing great work in Kenmore and serving your community well, you know, with all the problems everybody's having and all the solutions you guys are putting forward and everything. The murals and everything I'm working on is kind of all connected to one story. So if any of you are familiar with Tulalip.
You cut out there for a little bit, Mr. Juvenile.
Okay. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Can you just
Okay.
back up like 15 seconds, 20 seconds? Thanks.
Okay. So I mentioned before that all these things and the mural, the story pole, they all are connected through a story. And it's a story about Tulalip. And if any of you are familiar with Tulalip, you know that our flag is a killer whale. Our logo is a killer whale.
Ty, you keep cutting out. One thing I might suggest is that you turn your video off to help with the buffering. Can you hear us?
It looks like we've lost him temporarily. So I'll try to do my best with explaining about the story. So it's a story that shows the interrelatedness between the salmon, seals, and the killer whales, and how the killer whales were two Tulalip brothers who were good fishermen, and so they became killer whales. And one of the things that they did was killed seals in order to save the salmon, and that would be what fed the Tulalip tribe. So he's got motifs of the salmon and the environment and the water and all of that together that he's using to create the mural.
Are you able to hear me?
There you go, Ty.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. No, I've been having like internet issues, I guess, across the reservation. But, you know, like Susan kind of said, you know, and as I was trying to say earlier, all these, you know, the story pole, the mural, they're all connected by the story of Tulalip. And, you know, so a long time ago, as Susan said, there's these two brothers who were famous seal hunters, and their family
Looks like we've lost him again. The image that I'm sharing now is a part of the design for the story pole. And on the left-hand side, those are images of the brothers. And on the right-hand side, there are some sketches of the killer whales. And there's a person at the top that represents a Tulalip, member of the Tulalip tribe, and right below that's a seal without a head. It goes along with the story.
Yeah, and hopefully I don't cut out. I'm just gonna keep trying to jump in. But so with the story, the killer whales bite the heads off of the seals and throw them ashore for the starving people because the seals were killing off or eating off all the salmon, causing basically a famine. And that's what the mural shows is these seals eating all the salmon.
Okay, and then the piece of art that the Heritage Society is donating is the spindle whorl. And on the left-hand side of this slide, you can see the design for that Ty has created, and again, related to salmon. Ty, do you want to talk a little more about that piece of art?
Could we maybe have Ty call in for his audio? There should be a call-in option on the invite that was sent.
Let me see if I can text him. Oh, he says, what's the number?
Suzanne, did you find it? It's embedded in the agenda.
Yeah, I've got to go out of here, I think, and find that.
I can dictate it to you as well.
Okay, why don't you?
1
1
253
253
215
215
8782.
782. Is that enough numbers? 215 and then 782.
Hold on.
8782.
8782.
Correct.
All right, thanks. We'll see what he comes up with. So with all of these, we've been working with Mary Jane Topash, who's the Indigenous Education Director at the Burke, and they're providing us with Indigenous lessons. That's one of the products that they create, and also will help with work on native plants, identification, information, as well as any of the interpretive signage that we're doing.
I do see a call in. Does this number end in 8518?
That's probably him. He says, I'm on, I can hear you over my phone.
Perfect. Ty, it looks like you're unmuted now. Can you hear us?
Are you able to hear me?
Yay,
can hear
there
you.
you are.
Okay. Okay. All right. Sorry for all these issues. Taleb's been having like internet issues out here for like the last week or so. So it says it's good and then it goes out. But as Susan was trying to explain, and I got to thank you for, explaining it very well, because we've been working together for a while on all these different projects. The spindle whorl was a design to represent the Kootenai, because we were working on a project and I'd found out about these kookanie, which were thought to be extinct, and they were left alone, and they ended up thriving on their own. And it just made me think of my people and basically tribal indigenous people across the United States and across the planet that thrive without any contact, and our people would still be thriving in our area if we weren't discovered as well, and it just moved me enough to where, and I think I remember talking to Susan the night after. It was like, I heard about the kookanie, and then the next day I had a design kind of created already, but the spindle whorl, if you look at it, there's 3 human figures on the top. And usually when we do our songs, men drum, women sing and dance. And if you look at the spindle whorl, the center figure is a woman, and her hands are up giving thanks, with 2 singers on the side drumming, singing their song. And then cutting through the middle is a water design, and that water design is used in weaving. It's a weaving design that you usually see on blankets and stuff that depicts water. And the only thing separating us from salmon is water, because we consider ourselves the salmon people, or the people of the salmon. And we both have thrived in our own ways, in our own areas, and it just moved me that way to where this came out pretty quick. And when we looked at it, we talked about longevity and materials that will last. And what we came up with was an aluminum sculpture, and this could be so many different sizes, 3 feet to 6 feet, and it would probably be cut out, powder coated, and then mounted onto or somewhere, wherever we find a fitting place for it. But I feel like I need to go. Should I talk about the story pole and the mural at all?
Yeah, you can you can talk about the story pole, let them know that you found a log and kind of your process on that, because that's all very exciting.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so the log, we got a log. And, I take these things very seriously, and it takes time to figure out the right story and getting kind of permission to use our stories and everything. And there's protocols and things. And when I say protocols, there's even like protocols when it comes to like death. And I've been kind of stalled out because of family death. Like my grandma passed away, and then my uncle passed away, and then a friend of mine passed away. So I kind of been held up with, I guess, deaths since February, because it's just been like one after another. And usually they tell you to not work on anything creative because you put your bad or your sadness into your work. Your siom is what we call it. But I'm coming back around, and with the logs being kind of hard to find lately with everything, we've got a log lined up and everything, and going through stories, I think this story would be great about the Seal brothers, and if you look at the figures, the 2 brothers, they're both great hunters, and the one on the right has a spear. And if you look at the spear, it looks like a squiggly line coming from the tip of it. The way they would hunt is they would throw the spear at the target, and the arrow or the head would get stuck into it, and then it would pop off. And attached to that line would be a buoy. So wherever the seal went, that buoy would be attached, and they would just kind of follow it along, let it tire out, and then, paddle up to it with a bow or another spear and just, put it down. So that's why one brother has a spear, one brother has a bow. And then the two killer whales, like I mentioned before, in the middle are them in their killer whale form. And in the story, there's a famine because of the seals. And, we talk about these things as stories, quote unquote, but these things actually happen. Recently, about 3 years ago, our salmon stock was cut down by like almost half because of harbor seals coming up from California and a big seal population being unchecked to where it was affecting our harvest. And this was thought to be a legend or a story, but it's happening and happened in real time, and we experienced it. And the brothers, push the seals up to the beach, and before they do that, they bite their heads off and throw them onto the beach, and then the people end up, getting the seals and routing the famine and everything. And that's what the figure on the top is giving thanks to the brothers who fed them. And it said that in our story, it said that they used to come by almost annually to check the waters and everything. And the story is about an area in Tulalip called Priest Point. It's a beach area in Tulalip with a giant cliff bluff and everything. And, this is a story about actual places, where this may have actually happened. And, like I mentioned, I don't know if you were able to hear about the mural. The mural depicts these seals and sea lions, and they're swimming through the water. And what you see is a bunch of carcasses and skeletons of salmon with the seals swimming in between them, kind of looking for more food, because these are, we call them artwork, but it's a mix between spiritual art and history. And I usually like to call them historical objects because we put our spirit into it. I brush them off with cedar. With the log I'm currently working on, I had our spiritual worker, Craig Moses, come by, and it's called brushing it down with cedar and blessing it, and all these things are spiritual objects. Even the paint, I'll end up putting some tumith in it or red paint that we use for like longhouse work. So it has, I guess you could say, so it's been imbued with, some spiritual power, I guess you could say. And all that takes into account to all this work we do. A lot of the impactful tribal artists, not just Coast Salish, any Native American artwork, they put the spiritual side as high as they can, along with the design. Because a long time ago, things were made, and it didn't matter how cool it looked, quote unquote. It mattered on the spirituality that went into it. So sometimes people would work on something for an hour while drumming a song, and then once you're done, you're done. You can't work on it anymore. You know, but all these are connected, all these designs are connected, and we're looking forward to working on it, you know. I'm almost done with my current welcome figure, and pretty much once I'm done with that, then I'm moving in the story pole for Kenmore, and then I'll start rocking on that.
Cool. Thanks, Ty. And then just a couple of other things where the Heritage Society is helping out with plant identification labels for the park and identifying culturally significant plants. And we're working with the city on that. And those will be followed up in the background with more in-depth information and QR codes, taking folks over to the Burke site.
Yeah.
And then another kind of a aspirational goal of ours is also to have a canoe available for Native families. And based on Ty's research and research I've done myself, the Tulalip tribal members came down to the area that is Kenmore, and we would like to make it the water in this area available to those families via canoe. So that's something, again, in the future that we would hope to partner with the city on and obtain funding to complete.
Yeah, and you know, right now there's actually quite a bit of programs going on with like maritime high school programs, I've noticed, where they're doing curriculum on canoe building, shipbuilding and stuff like that for high schools and whatnot. You know, but like I think you met Ryan Miller. He was a historian and works at Tulalip and everything. You know, like he explained, we used to fish the lake right there, and we still have fish rights on the lake. The only reason we don't use those rights is because the sound, the Puget Sound, is still doing good. You know, we haven't fished the lake because we kind of don't need to. You know, it's a resource that we haven't had to look towards. So kind of just an ace in the pocket, you know, just waiting.
And then I just wanted to follow up again, thanking the council and reiterating the importance of what we're doing at the park. So in Washington schools, they're serving over 61,000 American Indian and Alaska Native students, and they're still dealing with a lot of challenges, especially related to development of curriculum resources and building relationships between the districts, higher education partners, and tribal nations. And we feel like this is a way we can help bridge the gaps with the focus on Native education. So are there any questions for Ty?
Yeah.
Any questions? I am not seeing any questions right now.
Is that Rob?
I think it's Mayor Herbig.
I'm not seeing any questions. Should we move on to the motions then? Okay, the chair would entertain a motion to approve the proposed locations for artwork at Takladi's Park.
So moved. So moved, Councilmember File, or
right.
seconded.
Motion second. Any further discussion? Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
Yes, was the motion made by Deputy Mayor Crane?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right, the chair would entertain a motion giving authorization to the city manager to execute any necessary agreements with the Kenmore Heritage Society and artist Ty Juvenile.
So moved, Councilmember File.
Second, Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig,
Yes.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
The chair would entertain a motion giving authorization for up to $6,000 of public arts funds if needed towards the cost of city permits, design and installation of a foundation for the freestanding mural at location A and Spindle Whirl if location C selected, structural review and recommendations for attachments if the Spindle Whirl is attached to a bridge railing at location B, and cost for the artist to retain commercial liability insurance.
So
moved.
Seconded.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing no discussion, will the clerk please take the roll?
Mayor Herbig,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you so much for staying up so late and giving us your presentation. We look forward to the artwork
Thank
and
you.
your contributions to our community.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Next on the agenda, American Rescue Plan Act Direct Cash Assistance Final Report presented by Assistant City Manager Stephanie Lukash and partners from the North Shore Schools Foundation.
Thank you so much, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the council. So we have our friends at the North Shore Schools Foundation with us who've been here all evening. Thank you so much for staying with us. To Heather and Carmen, our fabulous partners in this work since last September. We have some slides that I believe Heather or Carmen will be sharing. And I just wanted to start off by just saying that when we first heard from the council that we want to do a direct cash assistance program, it was unprecedented, and it still is. I was actually looking tonight at the Furcrest program. It's the only other city I'm aware that did this program. And what we did was much deeper than they did, the level of funding. And also theirs was just rental assistance and utility assistance. And what we did, we allowed our recipients to use the money for whatever would best suit their household needs. So I'm really proud of that. And I just want to thank this council for your vision around this, using $1 million of our ARPA funds for this work. So without further ado, because it is so late, I'm going to turn it directly over to Carmen and Heather and let them share more about the program and what we've learned and who we served. So with that, I'll turn it over. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Council. Thank you so much for your time and dedication to your city and your constituents. Thank you for all the presentations. This is a lot of hard work to have a great community, and we're appreciative to be part of it. The screen you're looking at right now is just kind of an overview of the people that were involved in this project. We really do love and appreciate our partnership. Stephanie and Janet and Nancy were great partners and helped us really get in alignment with the intentions of the council. And I think that their courteousness and intention for good really showed up in the results. I think you've seen some of these in place. I just wanted you to know, even today, we were handing out a check in person, and the constituent said straight to us, like, it's really hard to find a program that actually wants to make a difference for us. And he was very shocked. This is somebody who has struggled to get that check canceled, get that check cashed. Life is not life is hard for from people out there. And it was great to hear firsthand that it was going to make a difference in his life. So thank you again for your direction. Just as a quick recap, cash out for students, that's my fault, I apologize. Cash out for constituents, $920,500 went to households. We served 412 households, 798 individuals, with a program running between October and March 31st. One of the biggest takeaways, and we're really excited about this. Is that the right word? We're excited about this tool. This is a tool that demonstrates applicants per kind of neighborhood in the beautiful city of Kenmore. It's, it takes some interpretation. So the numbers you see are number of applicants in that area. It goes from, imagine, dark blue to light green to dark green. So that's your rainbow. So the darkest green you're going to see is right around that Safeway brew area where we know that there's a significant number of mobile homes. One of the things, oopsie, I don't want to do that. You'll see that where the number 26 is at the bottom of the page, that represents the area around St. Edward's Park, and is actually students. You can see that there actually is no neighborhood where there isn't representation. And this is available. I should tell you that we are producing an entire written report for you, but we wanted to get all the way through the end of the program, which officially ends the 30th. As you know, you authorized $1 million. Some of that was for to give out the funds for the cost of administering the funds. And so originally we had allocated $870,000 for applicants. The council was incredibly generous and came back and increased that allocation to cover additional applicants for another $50,500. If you want to talk about how it feels to do good, the average that we gave away on average $4,000 a day, almost $30,000 a week. We served 1.9, do we say families or people?
That's households.
Households, 1.9 households a day and approximately 13 households a week. So that has been kind of growing. We learned that the average amount that we gave away was just a little over 2,000 because that median came in at 2,000. A ton of single family, one person in the home requesting funds. The minimum we gave away is 2,000, and the maximum we gave away is 3,500. We have served 412. So with your additional distribution, you increased service to your constituents by 6%, over 6%. I think that just tells you there's a lot of this stuff. Some of the interesting things is 42% of the families that we served had additional people in their household. And 30% of those, this includes those, but 30% of those homes had children in their households, but almost 60% were solo houses. Just some stats here. This is all going to be available in a report just to show you that people from all education levels needed assistance, graduate degrees to some high school. And of course, there's still the privacy needs that our community desires based on their personal needs. Gender, we are primarily, this is identified by the people who filled out the application. So primarily women filled out the application, being the primary person. We did have some people identify as non-binary, which is exciting. I think this is also, I'm really liking this report in the fact that you can see just a really natural bell curve of service. You can see, there's a life cycle of 18 to kind of 50 and then 55 to 80, and you're serving all of those people in your city. And we were able to help people from all those ages. The oldest household member was 90 years old. When we talk about ethnic heritage, most of the people were identifying as white that received services. And at the very end of this, we'll show you that what the stats you're looking at here are very representative also of the ones who did not qualify. So that's exciting. Languages used in your home, primarily English, Spanish being the second one, a little bit of Russian, a little French, a little Chinese, a little Arabic, American Sign Language 5. I thought that was interesting. And then 16, preferring not to answer. We were interested in collecting data just about who is fluent in English in the household. And you will see that, oh gosh, I had that number written down on this little piece of paper, but as you know, I'm a little rummy. Oh, here we go. So 79% of applicants said that there was somebody over 18 who spoke English in their home, but there's still another, the yes is the dark. So another 7% that had people who spoke English, somebody in their house that spoke English, but they were under 18. This was fascinating. Well, fascinating to me. Remember that all the stats, the demographics, and a final survey are all optional. So for this next set of data, we're looking at 141 applicants that completed this, which is actually a lot of impact. What we asked specifically was, how did this money impact your stability in a couple different categories? This is about housing. So did this money impact the stability of your housing? 89.2% said that yes, some, or yes, a lot, their housing was affected by this money. We asked about stability of utilities and groceries. With the utilities, 74.5% said that this increased, that the money that they received impact their stability of their utilities, with 89.6% saying it impacted the stability of their food and groceries, food being the largest impact in this survey series. A little less impact, not less, but transportation gives us 72.4% of impact. Again, you have to remember, not everybody was driving, not everyone was working. The gas prices hadn't gone up to where they are now. So this was the least, if you can say such a thing, of demonstrated impact. And then there's a ton of impact, 86% that said they use dollars for other things than we just listed. I share that with the council just because I think as we go to figure out how to help our community, it's pretty eye-opening to go, but isn't this what they need? And there's something out there beyond those kind of 5 categories. We were interested in how you heard about this. How do you heard about the Kenmore Cares program? Lots of great press, lots of great promotions. Number one being word of mouth. I think what we have learned through this process is that trust and well, I mean, it's going to be on the slide, but trust and neighbors and friends, that's how people learn to take advantages of government programs. Otherwise, it takes a minute. The postcard also was very effective. We ended up sending 2 postcards to every household in the community. We were interested in, who told you about this that was a person? So there's your friend, family. Look at that neighbor number. Again, it's 19 out of 83 that responded to this portion, but neighbors are important. Wanted to do a quick shout out to the City of Kenmore council member who somebody heard from it directly. So everything we did made a difference. I love the stranger, the coworker from our religious communities. Everybody was in there trying to make sure that we could spread this word. Just a quick note, there was one person each that spoke specifically that they heard about it from Hope Link, Mary's Place, North Shore Utility District, or the Public Housing Agency. We were just curious, who doesn't want to know how hard it was? We were grateful to get these results. 78% said it was easy or very easy to fill out the application. We asked if there was something we could make it more accessible. Of course, these are the people who are filling out the survey, so that's easy enough for them to do. And they're saying pretty unequivocally that we did a pretty good job of making the application accessible. And then here's the kind of dark side of it. I did want to let you know that there are some applicants that didn't receive funds. So we had 63 applications that we did not fund. That's 140 people-ish. Of those, 24 of those families were over the 50% AMI by less than 10 grand. So they were making just a little bit more than they needed. 20 were over 10 grand. And then there's about 17 people who just kind of fell away. My staff spent a ton of time talking to them, following up with them, emailing, texting, trying to make arrangements, and they just decided not to complete their application or some requirement that we set forth. And then 2 came in with, oh, you actually don't live in Kenmore, and that's important. As I mentioned, I'm just going to go quickly because it is late. This is the not approved, but I wanted to show you that it's fairly proportionate with the people who were getting the funds. And our takeaways really are that trust is really difficult to build in a community. It does take neighbors and it takes friends. We know that that's applicant. That's the effective way to do it. We learned that office hours really helped applicants who were afraid. Afraid of government, afraid of technology, have mental health issues, and just couldn't trust that this was happening. So I'm very grateful to the team who served our office hours, and thank you to the City Hall staff for allowing us to do so many there. We also did a ton of office hours in the library, which ended up to be great. We learned that texting was really effective because most families are using their phone as their primary computer. So we learned, just as a foundation, that's making us have a whole conversation about how we communicate with people. We learned that it takes a lot of time, again, to explain, what is proof of income? Yes, this works. No, this doesn't. The casework that goes with this kind of work is I don't want to say it's more than we thought. I think we knew how much it was going to be, and we actually came in at significant less hours than we thought, but it's still amazing the amount of touches that it takes to get an applicant all the way through to the check. We were all surprised by the amount of isolated seniors that are out there. And I want to appreciate and call out just the direction from the council for us to spend some more time with that. We did a lot of interaction with households, landlords, and housing communities. But for them, it's pretty hard to access services when their phone doesn't necessarily take pictures. Who knows what a JPEG is? That was a challenge. I was surprised by the amount of student poverty up at Bastyr, kind of one of those things I hadn't been able to see before. And then, of course, I have called out the poverty map, which is what I called it, but that map that shows us where in our community people are needing these resources the most. That's what I have. Heather and I are here to answer questions. Like I said, we will be providing you with a full written report probably by mid next month. And it's our privilege to have been in service with you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. We're available for questions.
Questions, comments? Councilmember File.
I just want to thank each and every one of you for this amazing, outstanding work. The research alone is invaluable to the work that we also will continue to carry on with our state delegation and our federal delegation and with working with North Shore schools and surrounding partners. I just can't thank you enough. It's a great benefit on our side to be able to provide this resource to our community and meet the very basic needs that our community has. I wish we could do it more often. I sure do. But boy, this is a beautiful day, and this is why we do this work, and we couldn't have done it without you. So thank you very much.
We're very appreciative. It was an honor, and you guys should be very, well, I know people are giving you awards. It was a really powerful way to help your community. And like I said, we heard more than once how amazing this was, that people just got a check and they could use it how they needed to help their lives. It's pretty good government. Other questions?
Questions, comments? Anybody else? Well, I want to thank you for all the work you put into this. I know it was, you guys had to take on something that you had never had to do before, and you hit it out of the ballpark. So thank you so much for all the work, helping our community and partnering with the city. We really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Stephanie, anything you want to add?
No, I just really appreciate the phenomenal partnership, and we look forward to whatever's next.
Thank you.
All right. Last item on our business agenda is the resolution that we put on the agenda earlier today. Council member, Deputy Mayor, do you want to make a motion?
I move to approve the resolution I sent to council yesterday in support of amendments that codify comprehensive reproductive health care, including abortion and marriage equality, to the Washington State and United States constitutions, with direction to staff to make any necessary edits in format for signature.
Seconded or approved.
Movement, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay. Will the clerk please take the roll? Sorry, Madam City Attorney. You're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I missed a portion of that. Was the resolution going to be read into the record? I don't think it's been provided online or for the public.
No, I was hoping that we could put it up on a screen share.
Okay.
If that works. If not, we can read it.
That also works. I was just trying to show, provide to the public the resolution that's being considered.
Yeah, let's put that up on screen share and then also make sure.
Thank you.
That we add it to the agenda tomorrow, if possible.
Would you like to read this or just scroll through?
What would you prefer? Well, either the deputy mayor or the city attorney, what would you prefer for this?
I can read it.
Okay, let's give it a quick read for the public's sake, and then we will go to a vote.
Resolution in support of codifying comprehensive reproductive health care, including abortion and marriage equality in the Washington State and United States constitutions. Whereas in 1970, Washington State voters approved Referendum 20, which legalized abortion in Washington State. And whereas on July 22nd, 1973, the United States Supreme Court ruled 7-2 in Roe v. Wade that unduly restrictive state regulation of abortion is unconstitutional. The court held that a set of Texas statutes criminalizing abortion in most instances violated a woman's constitutional right of privacy, which it found to be implicit in the liberty guarantee of the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. And whereas in 1991, Washington State voters approved Initiative 120, which declared a woman's right to choose physician-performed abortion prior to fetal viability and further expanded and protected access to abortion in the state if Roe versus Wade was overturned. And whereas comprehensive abortion care is included in the list of essential healthcare services published by the World Health Organization in 2020. And whereas, according to the World Health Organization, lack of access to safe, affordable, timely, and respectful abortion care and the stigma associated with abortion pose risks to women's physical and mental well-being throughout the life course. Inaccessibility of quality abortion care risks violating a range of human rights of women and girls, including the right to life, the right to the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, the right to benefit from scientific progress and its realization, the right to decide freely and responsibly on the number, spacing, and timing of children, and the right to be free from torture, cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment and punishment. And whereas on June 9, 2022, engrossed House Bill 1851 went into effect, which states, although the abortion rights movement has historically centered on women in our advocacy, that must no longer be the case. And it is critical that we recognize that transgender, non-binary, and gender expansive people also get pregnant and require abortion care. Washington's law should reflect the most inclusive understanding of who needs abortions and be updated with gender-neutral language. All people deserve access to qualified providers in their community who can provide whatever method of abortion care works for them, and no individual who chooses to manage their own abortion should fear arrest or prosecution because of their pregnancy decision or outcome. And whereas on June 24th, 2022, the Supreme Court of the United States struck down Roe versus Wade, citing the Due Process Clause and Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment do not apply to an individual's right to safe and legal abortions. And whereas on June 26, 2015, the Supreme Court of the United States ruled in Obergefell versus Hodges that the fundamental right to marry is guaranteed to same-sex couples by both the Due Process Clause and Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution. And whereas Governor Jay Inslee officially stated he supports an amendment to protect an individual's right to safe and legal abortion in the Washington State Constitution. And whereas the current Supreme Court interpretation of the 14th Amendment is a threat to marriage equality, and whereas the City Council supports an individual's right to reproductive health care, including abortion and marriage equality. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of Kenmore, Washington, does resolve as follows. Section 1, the Kenmore City Council adopts this resolution to express its official position in support of amendments to the Washington State and United States Constitutions to codify an individual's right to comprehensive, safe, and accessible reproductive health care, including abortion and marriage equality.
Thank you very much. Any discussion? Okay. I would also like to ask that if this is passed, that we instruct staff to forward final resolutions to I would say the White House, our congressional representatives, and our representatives in Olympia, if there's no objection to that. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik. Yes. Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
The resolution has been passed unanimously.
Next on the agenda is staff reports.
Just a couple of quick things. The Log Boom Park project hit a really major milestone, and that is substantial completion. So the fencing around it is going to go away tomorrow. And so it's kind of a soft opening, right? We're just taking away the fencing, but then we're doing a press release on Thursday, I believe, that'll say it's open. And I just got a tour of it today with Debbie and Maureen, and it's spectacular. We now have, are you ready for this? We now have a sandy beach. Yes. So I'm going to go out there and barefoot and put my toes in the sand, and I'm going to build a sand castle. Does anybody want to join me? Yes, let's go build sand castles together. And then the ribbon cutting will be Tuesday, August 6th, 6 p.m.
I thought it was
That's right. Yeah, it got changed around a couple times, but Tuesday, August 6th, 6 p.m. Also, the,
I'm sorry, Rob. The Tuesday is the 9th, Saturday is the 6th of August. So
whoops, sorry. Okay, August 9th.
okay, thank you. I was worried that it had moved.
Tuesday, August 9th, 6 p.m. Too many sixes going on here in my head for some reason. All right. Yeah, Tuesday, August 9th at 6 p.m. And then also there's a pre-grand opening tentatively scheduled for the new Environmental Education Research Center at St. Edward State Park. And that's scheduled for July 21st at 5 p.m. right before the concert. And actually just, they want to know if you all can make it. So like, can you tell me really quick if you can make it? July 21st. And Joe, you'll be out of town, right? July 21st, okay. Okay, yeah, so I got head nods on that. Okay, Janet, you want to get back to them? Okay.
Thank you.
And then I really enjoyed seeing Ty Juvenile tonight. You know, he got me connected with Hugs Moses, who did the art piece at the utility cabinet wrap at the corner of 181st and 61st. We're actually going to work with her a little bit more on some other potential things, including the possibility of a mural at that on that retaining wall there at that same intersection. But that's a budget issue for 2023, so it'll be part of budget discussions. So that's all I have.
All right, council member reports and comments. Councilmember Baker.
I attended the Association of Washington Cities meeting last week, where I was secretary to the nominations committee. I got a nice email message today that a number of people were exposed to COVID. And in order to get in that meeting, you had to prove a negative test to COVID and prove vaccinations. So I guess this goes to show that even if you prove, you're still gonna pass it around. I also was fortunate enough to receive an award on the behalf of the city for our deputy mayor's work on ARPA funding, and the city manager is holding the award up now. There's a number of other things that went on at the meeting this year, but it's late. I'm done.
Councilmember Marshall.
Nothing to report, thanks.
Councilmember Kugler.
Yeah, nothing to report tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Nothing to add.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I attended a number of meetings last week. Again, the National League of Cities is following up on LGBTQ issues with the federal news just happened to hit at the same time as greater work was occurring. And so the Human Development Committee is also taking a deeper stride in, and we will be redrafting many of the resolutions for updates over the coming months for the next coming meeting. And then, of course, the Seattle Pride Parade was this weekend, and it was well attended by a majority of our council. I want to thank both Mayor Herabig and Deputy Mayor Melanie O'Kane, Councilmember Angela Kugler, and I don't have to thank myself. I want to thank you all for coming along with our a couple members of our Planning Commission, Commissioner Tracy Banazuski and Morel Medefero as well. I really appreciate their participation in our DEI work and engaging community, along with the DEI task force members, Lily Bishop and David Arthur as well, and his family. It was very well attended. We initially thought we'd have maybe 20, 25 people register. But by the day we ordered t-shirts, we had 30. And by the end of that weekend, we had 46. And by the day of 47. So we had a well-attended event. It just goes to show you that people love to show up for things that bring joy and happiness to others. And it was very meaningful for everyone. And it's a good way to get our steps in. Now, in talking about the original budget that was allocated for the event, the budget was allocated at $2,000. And I sent a PDF to our clerk, if you could raise that just real quickly.
Actually, Councilmember File, I'm not sure I received that.
I sent it. I can resend it. Okay. And if you scroll up a little bit, you can see that picture was taken as we finished the Pride parade, and giving everybody a shout out at home. But as you can see, the budget was reserved for $2,000. The event registration was $1,500. Flags and t-shirts, flags and stickers were about $16. T-shirts did come to $583.53. They did have to pull t-shirts from all parts of the state to have print the t-shirts that we did receive. We had a small overage related to that overage of the t-shirt order, which was $99.53. And I would ask that we amend our budget to cover that slight overage. Other than that, you'll see the marketing that comes with the city for covered city sanctioned events. All items were ordered through local business, supporting local business in our community. Would you like me to restate my ask?
I did not hear a motion, or I'm not, yeah.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the slight overage of the $99.53 to cover the participant t-shirts related to the event.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Any discussion? All right, seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
I'm going to just keep this brief, but I do want to share how outstanding the Pride event was and how beautiful it was to see all the color and celebration and solidarity with respect to people living their wholest, most loving lives. So it was beautiful. And I'm thankful that the city of Kenmore was a part of it. And it was a little emotional to me reading the resolution this evening. And I genuinely want to thank each and every one of you on the council for supporting bringing this forward this evening so that we could take action. The threats implied by the decision, especially related to the 14th Amendment, are serious to our freedoms in this country, and women's lives are at stake. walking, talking, living women with families, and people who don't identify as women who can get pregnant as well. So, and this impacts not just women, it's everybody. Our entire country is impacted by that Supreme Court decision. So I don't want to ramble. I just want to give a great, heartfelt, thankful thank you to everyone for your support on that resolution.
All right, I want to say that the Pride Parade was a lot of fun. I had a great time with that. Great contingent. I want to thank Deputy Mayor for bringing forward the resolution. And with no further business to come before us, the Kenmore City Council stands adjourned.
Finally.